We'll resume the hearing, day 3. Any preliminary issues that we need to address? Well, in that case, if you could please bring on Ms. Geary. I'll go. Ms. Geary, are you there? Out there in the virtual world?
Yes, I'm here. Yes. Are you ready for me? I thought I was on at 9:15.
The answer is that we are ready for you. There are some preliminary issues that I want to talk to you about, but there were no. The purpose of the 9 to 9:15 slot was to address any procedural issues, and there are none. So you're number one to go.
Okay, awesome.
The two things. First of all, the two things I want to talk to you about, Ms. Geary, is that. We received your speaking notes at a little after 4 o'clock yesterday.
Yep.
I don't know if you've read our hearing procedures, but we directed that anyone with more than 3 pages equivalent of speaking time pre-circulate those notes 2 working days before the hearing, which would have been last week, and would have enabled us to discuss what you had to say with the council staff when they presented the 42A report. That was the purpose of asking that they be pre-circulated, so that's a bit of a problem. And the second part is you didn't ask for any more than 15 minutes. We've actually, it's in some ways it's fortunate that we have some found time, but it appears to me that you're raising a number of important issues, and quite simply that 15 minutes just will not cut it. That we're going to have to do the best we can in the circumstances, but with that opening point, if you're going to appear at future hearing scenarios, future hearing streams, we'd appreciate it if you could try and be realistic about how much time you need, because if you overrun, then you create problems for the hearing administrator and you inconvenience the submitters who are scheduled to appear after you. So that's my thought, but having said that, so we have 26 minutes to accommodate you, so please proceed.
Thank you. I apologise for the last minute nature of this. It's been a bit of a scrum from our end. I also recognise that my speaking notes do suggest I'm going to need more than 15, and I'm very conscious of that. So I'm quite happy to skim. I've sort of allowed for the fact that I only have 15. So if it all ends in disaster, then that's entirely my fault, and I apologise. And thank you. It is appreciated that I could have a few more minutes. To be honest, I didn't really recognise just how much we did have to say until kind of Friday, and then hence the scramble at the end to try and get all our points in. But hopefully now that you've got it in writing, you can see what I'm going to say, and I'm not going to add much more to it. So I apologise for the inconvenience. I thought I'd start then by actually skipping just the introduction that I started with, because obviously I do only have 15 minutes, so I'll just get down to business. So the headings under which I'll be presenting are consideration. So our submission our original submission sets out all the detail on all of this, so you have that to refer to. And so with regard to this, we've just focused on the 42A reports and specifically evidence, ecological evidence from the council and DOC. And the 4 points that I'd like to talk about today are the consideration of our submission points in the 42A, specifically zoning of SNAs, protection of SNAs, and maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity more broadly outside of the Schedule 7. So I'll start from point 2 on consideration of submission points in the section 42As. We're actually surprised to find that forest and bird submissions with respect to the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity are largely addressed within the natural environment strategic objectives 42A and not considered within the eco 42A. And in fact, the consideration of maintenance in the eco 42A appears to be more around activities and initiatives within Schedule 7 SNAs rather than council's functions which extend beyond. And we're concerned that considering these submissions in the natural environment 42A fails to consider the amendments sought by Forest and Bird in the eco chapter, where they could have been considered with other submitters' amendments to that chapter. We actually disagree with the officer's reasoning that collectively the proposed plan provisions form an appropriate response to council's responsibility for the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity under section 31 of the RMA, and I'll come to that further down. Where we are concerned as to whether council will continue to consider forest and bird submissions on this matter in the other hearings, because forest and bird submission sought a number of changes that extend to other chapters, including to enable consideration of effects on Indigenous biodiversity in all controlled and restricted discretionary rules. And this submission point has been accepted in part in the natural environment section 42A. However, no amendments to address it are proposed, and the submission point has not been considered in the natural character, natural features and landscapes, or the eco chapter reports. So that's what we wanted to say about that. Point 3, zoning of SNAs as natural open space. In our submission, we sought that the use of natural open space zone for Schedule 7 SNAs rather than the general open space zoning, and where possible, rather than the future urban, rural or residential zoning as they are currently zoned. We consider that natural open space zoning is preferable for identified SNAs only because natural open space zone, as described in the planning standards, puts the protection of the natural environment ahead of other purposes and use. No other zoning description includes protection of natural environmental values, nor do the zone provisions in the plan include protection of natural environment values as part of the purpose of the zone. And so this is particularly problematic where activities are considered as appropriate on the basis of meeting the purpose of that zone. And this creates a conflict with the eco provisions for protection of Schedule 7 SNAs and fails to provide any scope to consider Indigenous biodiversities beyond that. So we go into detail about that in our submission. We understand that it might not be easy to zone SNAs which exist on private land as natural open space, particularly where this is within residential areas where multiple titles are involved. However, zoning is the main tool which indicates intended use of land. And for this reason, we consider that at least those Scheduled 7 SNAs on public land should be zoned as natural open space. And whatever the zoning in other cases, that the plan recognise protection of SNAs and the maintenance of natural environmental values in the provisions setting out the purpose of the zone. Regarding the protection of SNAs, including those identified in Schedule 7, we consider that the proposed eco provisions for protection of significant Indigenous biodiversity are inadequate because the provisions limit protection to identified scheduled SNAs and would permit activities which would have more than minor adverse effects, such as clearance of a non-Indigenous vegetation within Schedule 7 SNAs. We're also concerned about the amendments recommended in the 42A that don't resolve our concerns with the plan in terms of its protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. Despite the removal of the word identified in several eco objectives and policies, the eco chapter's approach to protection is still limited solely to areas identified in Schedule 7, rather than extending to any area meeting the significance criteria. And the retention of the words from inappropriate use and development is inconsistent with RMA and further reduces the outcomes for protection of significant Indigenous biodiversity. The evidence of Mr. Lecoq and demonstrated by Mr. Goldwater is that the identification of Schedule 7 SNAs was not perfect. It was very comprehensive, but further sites may be identified for various reasons. And waiting for a future plan review or council survey and plan change does not provide for protection of such areas in the meantime. And I can't see how this can be considered adequate to meet the Section 6C of the RMA. While amendments recommended in the Section 42A to the policies Eco P2 and P12 improve policy direction for the protection of scheduled SNAs, they provide no direction for decision making of resource consents for activities outside of identified SNAs. For example, where consent is required for vegetation removal within a high natural character area under Coastal Environment Rule 2, or with the ONLF area under Natural Features and Landscapes Rule 2. This limitation means that Eco P2 does not give effect to the RPS or achieve the purpose of the Act. We consider that policy 23 and 24 of the RPS have not been given effect to because there's no provision for further identification or protection of beyond Scheduled 7 SNAs. In our view, to give effect to the NZCPS through Eco P12, Council needs to be sure that the significance criteria are adequate to identify Indigenous biodiversity to be protected under Policy 11 of the NZCPS, and to ensure that those criteria are employed beyond Schedule 7 SNAs. I think in the interest of time, I won't go into the non-Indigenous vegetation stuff. You can see that there from points 4.9 to 4.11. I'll just quickly discuss offsetting. We agree that the Eco 42A officers, with the officers report that offsetting and compensation are a specific consideration to be had by decision makers as provided for in the RMA. However, that consideration is to be informed by the relevant provisions of the plan, and therefore the wording of these policies matter. In this respect, we support the amendments recommended to Eco P2 by the officer, subject to clarification that the consideration of offsetting and compensation is only available for residual effects of other adverse effects, i.e. that it is not an alternative to avoiding the adverse effects set out in the new clause 1. And there's some wording here to help clarify that. And so the final topic I'd like to cover is maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity, and that's broadly across the district, not just inside SNAs. We sought provisions for maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity, including provisions to provide direction for decision-making, matters of control and discretion within all controlled and restricted discretionary rules throughout the plan, and a permitted activity clearance limit for Indigenous vegetation outside of scheduled SNAs. As explained in Forest and Bird submission, these provisions are sought for two key reasons: the opportunity to identify and further protect sites of Indigenous biodiversity, and for the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity beyond Schedule 7 SNAs within Porirua. The Natural Environment Section 42A officer has agreed with Forest and Bird and QE2 that the Natural Environment Strategic Objectives do not adequately address the Council's function under Section 31 to maintain Indigenous biodiversity, and a new objective is recommended to be included in the strategic objectives to address this. We support the inclusion of this objective, but we don't consider that this objective alone is adequate to address Forest and Bird submission or Council's functions and responsibility under Section 31. The Natural Environment Officer's reasoning for not including further provisions is in other chapters of the plan appears to be that such provisions are not necessary because maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity is not a requirement under Section 6 of the RMA or the RPS, and on the basis of provisions in the chapter and reading the plan as a whole. But we suggest that Section 31 requires that every territorial authority shall have functions for giving effect to the purpose of the Act. And it follows that the function to control the actual or potential effects of the use of land, including where necessary for the maintenance of Indigenous biological diversity, must also be applied to achieve the purpose of the RMA. And Section 5 of the RMA clearly extends beyond Section C matters with respect to sustainable management of natural and physical resources, including while that use and development and protection is undertaken while sustaining the potential of natural and physical resources and safeguarding the life-supporting capacity of air, water, soil, and ecosystems. Council's own 32 report, Section 32 report on ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity clearly states that both regional councils and territorial authorities are required to maintain Indigenous biological diversity as part of their functions. The way I read it, and although I'm not a planner, and I should caveat here, if you have any technical questions, I'm going to need to go back to our planner to help me answer anything if you have any questions about this. But the way I read it is that the Council's Section 31 functions extend beyond Section 6 matters to achieve the purpose of the RMA, which includes safeguarding the life-supporting capacity of ecosystems. And these functions must also be employed to achieve Council's responsibilities under Section 6, 7 and 8, as well as for setting restrictions on the use of land under Section 9 and other matters in the RMA. Section 7 of the RMA sets out matters which Council must have particular regard to, which require a very broad application of Council's functions, including for the intrinsic values of ecosystems and maintenance and enhancement of the quality of environment and of amenity values. The proposed plan, when read as a whole, does not give a decision maker on resource consent applications the scope to apply Council's functions for maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity. For example, Coastal Environment Rule 2, vegetation removal within the coastal high natural character area, which the Natural Environment Officer considers to be a provision that seeks to maintain or enhance Indigenous biodiversity, limits the matters of discretion when consent is required to matters in Coastal Environment Policy 3 and Coastal Environment Policy 4. Both policies direct the consideration of adverse effects to the identified values in Schedule 11, while Coastal Environment Policy 3 requires activities to demonstrate appropriateness by avoiding or minimising the removal of vegetation. The policy does not provide any direction in terms of the adverse effects on Indigenous biodiversity. So even if these coastal environment provisions are amended to provide such scope as sought by Forest and Bird, and I note a similar example in the Natural Features and Landscapes Rule 2, which is part of this hearing topic, without any policy direction in the Eco chapter for maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity, it is difficult to see how the new natural environment objective would be implemented by provisions in other chapters of the plan when read as a whole. I hope that's clear. Further examples of this lack of integration and provisions for maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity beyond Schedule 7 SNAs are set out in Forest and Bird submission. We all know that loss of Indigenous biodiversity continues to occur. Without policy direction on what is necessary or appropriate to maintain biodiversity, there will be no basis for decision-making to decline applications or to set conditions necessary to prevent further loss and decline of Indigenous biodiversity. Forest and Bird wants to see informed decision-making with clear policy considerations in the proposed plan, which implement Council's functions and responsibilities. We want the Council to be able to show that their plans, decisions, and actions maintain Indigenous biodiversity and protect SNAs in Porirua for us to enjoy now and for our future generations. Forest and Bird is not confident that assessments relating to rules other than chapters such as for natural features, landscapes and character will have adequate scope to appropriately consider effects on Indigenous biodiversity, even where some such effects may be considered relevant to those overlay provisions. We consider that to achieve the purpose of the RMA and to implement the natural environment strategic objectives, clear policy direction for protection and maintenance beyond Schedule 7 SNAs is needed in the Eco chapter, and such amendments are proposed in our submission. Without maintaining Indigenous biodiversity beyond scheduled SNAs, the SNAs will become islands and the connectivity which support them will be lost. Given the extent of Indigenous biodiversity loss and the potentially small but important remnant areas of Indigenous vegetation which remain outside of Schedule 7 SNAs, Forest and Bird has sought a new rule. This rule would limit permitted Indigenous vegetation removal to 100 metres squared in the coastal environment and 200 metres squared in other areas in any 10-year period. A more stringent limit within the coastal environment is appropriate in our view, given the higher historical biodiversity loss and higher development pressure in this area and the need to give effect to the NZCPS. The new rule, ECO-RX, set out in attachment 1 to these speaking notes is more lenient than that sought in Forest and Bird's original submission as to better align with the similar rule proposed by Mr. Silver of the Department of Conservation. We have removed the conjunctive requirement that where permitted clearance up to limits has previously only been available to specified purposes. Please refer to our submission for further reasons and detail on the amendments sought in the eco policies, including a new policy setting out direction for decision-making with respect to the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity and amendments sought to other chapters to ensure integration of Council's function for the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity. Thank you.
Ms. Geary, two preliminary thoughts from me. First of all, obviously you don't have any evidence. Are you relying on DOC's ecological evidence?
Not particularly. We are happy that they have provided evidence, but we've just had to, we have limited resources, so we've just had to go with planning on the planning side alone.
The particular point that I'm thinking of is that you're seeking a more restrictive test than DOC are supporting. So on what basis are you, what evidential basis are you seeking that more restrictive limit in relation to permitted Indigenous vegetation?
So we seek that because there's precedent in other districts, and because we're concerned that Porirua there's a lot of regenerating bush in Porirua that is outside of the overlay SNAs and the overlays that we're concerned has potential to be significant. And when you're getting when you're allowing permitted activity at a greater size, such as the 250 metres as proposed by DOC, it's just more loss, permitted loss over time. And so we're just asking for more stringent rules because we want to see that no more loss in Porirua.
The second question I have is that, well, first of all, I pose a question. Was Forest and Bird involved in the process to finalise the biodiversity provisions of the RPS?
Oh, the RPS has been operative since 2013. That's before my time, I'm not sure.
Because it seems to me that you want to look past the RPS, because the RPS gives direction for the identification and protection of SNAs. You want to look past the RPS back to section 6C. What the Supreme Court decision in King Salmon tells us is that we can only do that if the RPS is unclear, illegal, or incomplete. So my question is, are you saying that there is a basis in terms of those Supreme Court tests for us to look back to Part 2 of the Act?
I'm having to remind myself of the specific provision in the RPS. I stupidly didn't write it down, but I think where we're coming from is that we want to see, as far as we can tell, yes, the RPS is directing TAs to protect SNAs, significant natural areas, and we're saying that all biodiversity is significant because so much has been lost, and so you can't just limit it to SNAs specifically, because all Indigenous biodiversity matters, whether it's in pristine bush as per an SNA requirement, or whether it's small remnants on the periphery of other forest blocks or habitat more generally. So that's our argument. We're saying that yes, the RPS directs you to protect significant natural areas, and we're saying all natural areas all indigenous biodiversity is significant, and so they therefore should apply.
Commissioner Sinclair, would you like to, since I've occupied 5 minutes of the available 10 minutes?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Geary. In terms of the overlays, and as I understand it, you're saying that they're not sufficient. Which are the parts in terms of those areas that have been identified in Schedule 7? Are there particular areas that are missing that are identified in your submission?
Yeah, so I have to acknowledge that Wildlands has done an excellent job of identifying SNAs in Porirua, and the overlays are comprehensive. We're not disputing that. We're just saying that the Indigenous clearance rules should apply to all Indigenous biodiversity, whether they're significant by definition or not, because all biodiversity is significant. And it's an awkward conundrum because, of course, you've also got significant habitat that could be rank grass, and so it doesn't meet the significance criteria, but it's still significant habitat for, say, lizards. And there was that development in Whitby in the last few years that pulled out dozens of northern grass skinks from a site that to anyone other than ecologists would have looked like wasteland. So we're just trying to get protection for everything outside of SNAs, including the SNAs themselves, because yes, we acknowledge that the SNA process that you've been through has been comprehensive, and we're pretty impressed. And but also, through the ground truthing that the ecologists have since gone and done site visits and stuff, they've also discovered that they've added extended boundaries and they've removed boundaries. So we're just suggesting that it's not 100% accurate, but we're not saying it hasn't been good. We're just saying that there's enough uncertainty there that these provisions should extend beyond SNAs as identified.
Thank you. My next question, could you I'm trying to understand, this is the functions in 31, am I reading it, or have I understood it correctly, that they extend or have greater weight than Section 6C?
No, we're not saying that. We're saying they're of equal importance. You can't say, well, we don't have to maintain biodiversity under Section 6, so therefore we don't have to maintain biodiversity. We're saying Section 31 applies with equal prominence as it directs your functions as a council, so therefore maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity is just as important as anything under Section 6.
So that they should be read together, is that?
Yeah.
Thank you. So the rest of mine's probably of a technical questions or of a technical nature, so
I would be quite happy to, if they are technical, I could attempt an answer, but I could also.
I think in the time available.
I think in the time available, we'd better roll on.
Commissioner
Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Geary. I wondered if you listened to Mr. Goldwater presenting his evidence in the discussions with the Section 42A officer on this chapter of the plan.
Yeah, that one Friday.
Yes.
I'm afraid I'm part-time. I have play centre on a Friday. I couldn't attend or couldn't listen.
We did hear some very interesting evidence about the thoroughness of the wildland study. And I suppose it brings me to the question, if you were talking about areas of Indigenous biodiversity outside the SNAs, what scale are you thinking? An SNA is defined, as a minimum size of 500 square metres. So, you would have to think perhaps on are you looking at 100 square metres? What stage does it become an area for you that is potentially important?
Well, I mean, all Indigenous biodiversity is significant. It could be a notable tree. That could be one lone pahutakawa on the coast. It's in a very important roost site for little shags, for example. Like scale is kind of relative depending on what the biodiversity is. It could also be, I'm thinking there's a lot. So the main reason for our concern here is that you might say get subdivision proposed for, say, I'm thinking the specific places that come to mind for me are sort of round the corners of Whitby and in the up Paikakariki Hill Road and some of those places where there is regeneration happening. It's a combination of Indigenous and exotic, but that exotic is enabling Indigenous regeneration. And if you had a subdivision there that made it from rural lots to, say, rural residential, and they're much smaller, if you have a permitted activity rule that allows 250 square metres of clearance just as of right, and you've subdivided what was once, say, 10 hectares down to 2 hectare blocks, suddenly you've got 5 times more permitted clearance in that circumstance, because there's permitted clearance of Indigenous biodiversity. So that's why we're going for more stringent rules, and why we want rules to apply to maintenance of biodiversity across the district, not just within significant natural areas. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, thank you. And I suppose we will have to consider that against the submissions we hear from individual landowners in the next few days who have perhaps different points of view. But thank you for that.
Commissioner Pomare?
Kia ora, Ms. Geary. Thanks very much for your submission. You have raised some really important points that are going to need to be carefully considered. I understand your request for the provisions to be extended beyond the protection of SNAs to all areas of biodiversity in the district, especially given, as you've outlined, the significant degradation and loss that's occurred over the last century or so, and the need for protection of the minuscule remnants that still remain. But in terms of the significance criteria under Policy 23 of the RPS, are you aware of any additional ecological sites that would meet those criteria and potentially should be included as SNAs in the PDP?
From my look at the overlays and reading of the Porirua of the wildlands reports, like, they've done an excellent job, and I'm pretty impressed with the comprehensiveness of their surveys. And the ground truthing has sort of highlighted how it's not perfect, and unless you're going to go to every single person's property, and there's hundreds of SNAs, so obviously that's a fiscal as well as a logistical challenge. I think we're pretty comfortable with where the council's landed, and nothing screamed out to me looking across the maps as being overlooked. And we're pretty happy because we own one ourselves at Paotahanui, so we're pretty stoked to own an SNA.
Thank you, that's helpful. Kia ora.
One final question from me, Ms. Geary. We heard a landowner submission yesterday, and who made a very passionate plea on the basis that the regenerating bush that you described, that is potentially creating significant natural areas in the future, is only regenerating and improving because landowners are tending it. They are fencing it off. They are setting pest bait traps. They are generally looking after the biodiversity, And the cri de coeur that we heard was, well, you're just making it more difficult for us, and you're disincentivizing us from doing that, because as soon as it reaches the point of being an SNA, then you're going to tell us we can't touch it. What's your answer to those people?
We hear that. That's the argument across the country. We hear that all the time. We love our bush, but we don't want any rules. So if you put rules on us, we're going to cut down our bush. And I guess I can see where they're coming from. Lots of people don't like to have rules imposed on them. But lots of people, I think you'll find that those are sort of a vocal minority. And lots of people have specifically bought that property because it's regenerating, because it's got bush, because they enjoy pest trapping, and they have no interest in subdividing or making money off it. Or, like people buy it because they like the lifestyle and they like the forest and they want to see it regenerate for their future generations as well. And I think it's with our case in New Plymouth, I'm pretty sure the judge argued that was a very nonsensical argument, because that was sort of one of the core thrusts of the Federated Farmers' approach to our case in New Plymouth. And yes, they might feel disincentivized, but many councils, and New Plymouth included, have funds to help landowners with pest control if they want it, and help with arborists if they need to trim trees and things like that. So, that can be mitigated quite easily, and with an education program as well.
Just a brief follow-up. The specific concern was about the detail of the rules that, for instance, you couldn't cut a line to set bait traps because you need a resource consent. And who's going to apply for a resource consent at the cost of doing that?
But as the rules apply, you're allowed to clear up to 100 square metres inside an SNA. So cutting a bait line isn't clearance. Well, I mean, I suppose it depends on the scale of your clearance and the scale of your SNA. But cutting a bait line doesn't require a chainsaw cutting down trees. You just need to walk through the bush and maybe cut back a few seedlings. I don't see what the problem is.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Geary. I think that's as far as we can take it today, but we appreciate your input. Look forward to your participation in other aspects of the plan. As you say, that Forest and Bird has an extensive submission, and we look forward to hearing from you about what amendments you're seeking to other aspects of the plan.
Thank you. Thank you for accommodating me. Hopefully we'll be more organised next time.
Thank you. We have Mr. and Mrs. Simon Lena.
Yeah, correct.
Well, that's a good start. That's a good start that I got your surname vaguely correct.
You got it quite right, actually.
So my name's Trevor Robinson. I'm the chair of this panel. We have your presentation that you pre-circulated. We're grateful for that. We have all read it, but having kept you a little late, we have a bit of time to spare. We built in some free time in the timetable. So please proceed and tell us what you'd like to tell us, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it was just interesting listening into that. We were just having a little chat about that,
Yes, to tell you the truth, I pictured you listening because we heard from your immediate neighbour, Ms. Mosey, yesterday. So this prompted me to figure out where your property is in relation to hers, and I found out that you were right next door.
Yes. Yeah, we are. So, I mean, we were just saying you probably wouldn't cut a seedling down if you want to cut through the bait line. But anyway, it's a different matter. I mean, you read through it. I don't know what you would like to know from us, because I don't want to repeat what you know already anyway, really. I mean, I'm quite emotional about the whole thing as well, because we love our property. And the lady beforehand, she was quite right. You know, we didn't buy the property because we love pest control by all means, really. But it's a necessity, what you have to do, you know. And we have done that the whole time. We hit the property. We spent hours and hours and hours on it. But the main thing for us is really, we feel quite ripped off about the whole thing. Sorry, I talk a bit differently. I don't talk in numbers, in citations and stuff, because that's not me. We want to be authentic here as well. But we planted lots of trees, and you can see my husband in his late days actually planted thousands of natives in there. And we love the natives, and it's the reason we live here, and we have done that. But we feel really disillusioned now. Like I mentioned, we have 2 children with special needs, really. And through that, our perspective probably has changed slightly as well. And we thought actually we would like in the end to be able to have a subdivision. You know, we are not property developers by all means, and we want to keep a majority actually for our sons. But we thought it's kind of was our retirement plan, probably, with what's happening with our kids, that we kind of would like to subdivide even just 2 or 3 pieces. But by the looks of it now, we feel we can't do that, you know, so we're restricted. We feel our property is devaluated completely. We can't do what we want to do, and we have this restriction on it. It's major costs involved with it, what we really can't afford. So, yeah, I don't know what you would like to know and ask us.
Well, in that case, can I ask you first then to just talk us through the photos you've produced, because you've said they show certain things, and I don't think you need to explain the action photos of digging holes and planting trees. I think we get the message. But if you could just please talk us through the photos, and then I'll ask my colleagues if they have any specific questions.
Yeah. Well,
Can I say something? Can I just...
Certainly can. You're allowed.
I'm Carl anyway, so I actually appear in some of the photos, but they're really just photos showing that when me and my father bought the place, that it's basically was a hell of a lot of gorse and a little bit of bush starting to generate through that, and then we've helped it along its way, and that's sort of what the photos are showing. But something I'd like to say is that at the beginning of this process, when this the two men came round from the council to have a chat about the process that was going to happen, and this is probably 2 years ago, can't quite remember, but and they were just asking what I felt about it. And I mean, I like native bush. That's why I've been planting stuff. So I said, that's fine. I like the idea of it. But if I want to put another house somewhere, and if I've got to put a track into that, I mean, that's what I want to do. I mean, that was always part of the plan, even if it's putting a little hut somewhere and having a track through it, or putting a walking track. And to me, it sounded like that wasn't going to be a problem. But then when these letters came out, it's like a totally different proposition. It's like, no, you won't be able to do anything without some sort of permission. You know, and I tell you what, I'm really, really annoyed.
Well, that makes it pretty clear.
Yep, understand that.
So, you know, first of all, I think it was very misleading right at the beginning. I mean, they want access to our property to have a look through. what they have seen is basically, and that's what we wanted to show with the photos as well, that the biodiversity is really what we planted or what was planted 25 years ago, because it was mahoe, there was not really anything coming on underneath it because there were hundreds of goats around. My husband, honestly, I would rather have him in the house in the evening with the kids, but he's out there shooting goats and rabbits because otherwise there wouldn't be any regenerated growth underneath. And that's what we kind of wanted to show with the pictures as well. So one photo, that was the residential valuation, I think, what I sent the picture through at the beginning, because it shows very clear that it was just gorse. There was nothing even else there. And then I sent the photo through how it looks now. And that was all planted. And that is part of the SNA. So that was purely planted. It was next to our drive, basically. And it was all planted in natives. You can still 1 or 2 gorse looking through, but basically we haven't sprayed anything because we didn't want to kill off the growth underneath. We cut the gorse down by hand every single year, and that's the outcome, what you see now. The other one was basically where you can see, I think that's a little cowrie, and what was planted back then 25 years, and a lot of other bush was planted around it as well. And I took a photo with the arrow to the cowrie that you can see the cowrie standing through now, and all the native bush around it. And that's, that is remus, that is totorus, that is lancewood, and it was all planted by our hands. It's not like, natural biodiversity, it's actually planted biodiversity. And that's what we don't get, because if you look at things, our property is so big, it's 3/4 of our land. We feel really disturbed by the whole thing. If you look at other areas, because you can't plant how many hectares it is and, plant everywhere anything. So there were definitely pockets where there was more planted than other parts. But in areas where nothing was planted, if you look, it's mahoe. There's no other tree coming up underneath it. There's little ferns and stuff like that. What is it about diversity as well? Absolutely. And we love that. That's the reason, we're going out gorse shooting and rabbit hunting and what's or not. But it's not the natural occurrence. That was really interesting, listening to that before as well, because it is right. If we wouldn't have done the hard work and fencing, and because we have got Gail Mosley next to us, and the owners before, we worked closely together with them because we were always interested in it. And my husband went over their property goat shooting as well, because if it's in one side, they don't stop by a fence either, the goats, or if there's no fence, they walk across. So we helped our neighbors out with pest control as well. But it wouldn't be there if we wouldn't have done the work in the first place, because it would be still just mahoe and not much growing underneath it, because the goats and the rabbits eating everything.
Commissioner Sinclair, would you have any questions for?
Hi, good morning. When you were visited by the council officers back, you said a couple of years ago, and then have you been visited by the council post that date?
No.
Okay. And then, and from your submission is that you want the SNA removed from your property altogether?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know what to write into it. I tried to read through it honestly, but we have 2 kids. We both have to work full time, and we have a property like that.
Yeah.
I don't have the time. I tried to read through the amendments and stuff. It's really hard for me. I felt like I went down a rabbit hole, because you always, there's a citation to something else, and then you go there and look into that, and then you have to read something else unless you're full time knowing all the things about it. Honestly, it's above my head. I just really, we didn't have any compensation, or, I think we had once in the whole time we've been here, the regional council put the traps up. But again, it was up to us to ring them and said, look, there's nothing in the traps, they're coming back. Can we have some? So we even helped them to rebait the stations. And that's the only help we ever got from anyone. And now, the rates are going up. It's the whole picture, really. What is really hard to swallow. It's the whole package. I don't know under what area it all goes, what we want.
Yep.
But it's basically the maintenance that the kids can't build a 3-foot if they want to, or things like that. What you usually have the advantage because we live rurally. That's the reason we live here where we live. I'm not against the SNA in general, really, because we love native trees, and it is a reason why we live where we live, absolutely as well. But I still want to have the possibility that my land is not completely devaluated, because we have children like with special needs. We don't want them be a big burden on our whole society or whatever. I want to be able to at least subdivide. Look, it can be in an SNA or whatever, and we don't want that destroyed. We don't want that all the trees are cut down. And it can be like a subdivision that you have a certain area with plants, but you should be able to have a building site, be able to create a building site. What's definitely not possible to do so in this proposed plan. You know what I mean? It's not, I don't think it's unreasonable to have some kind of thing, especially 3/4 of our land is in there.
So, in terms of the boundaries of the SNA that are on your property, where the boundaries are shown on the maps, do you have a view as to how correct they are? Do they show areas that are not should or should not be included within the SNA?
I mean,
Well, yeah, possibly, I think, in a way, one example is, I guess, there's one of the old telephone lines that runs through from Porirua Bay that runs right through the property, and that was actually bulldozed in years ago. But that's all included in it. But that's actually like a road through the property that is partly overgrown, but we still like to, use it as an access way.
Yep.
And I sort of feel like that really should be kept as, I envisage that as being an access way to perhaps a future, house site or something if we ever did anything. So, and I think just from the shape of the property, and there's always going to be loads of bush on here that is never going to be touched, and it'll always just get nicer. But it's just, you sort of feel like to actually do some sort of really simple subdivision or something, which is only like a couple of taking a couple of properties off it, is just going to be is going to become really hard and awkward to do, that you've got to go against the whole submission as a whole. So that's sort of, why we're saying to take the significant
the SNA off the whole property.
SNA off, but in a way,
not be against
in
it.
a way, that's it's always going to be a huge portion of bush there, but it's just being allowed to do a couple of things.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation, and I particularly liked we didn't buy the property because we loved pest control. I looked out my window last night and saw a baby rabbit on the lawn, and I know exactly what you mean. It's not a palatable part of maintaining the property. Just briefly, can you estimate, how much time you have put into planting and then the maintenance, the ongoing maintenance in terms of trapping, bait stations?
There are thousands and thousands of hours.
It's just,
I don't know.
it's just sort of continuous, and it's, but it's, a lot of time went in from both my mother and my father and me, and friends used to come up and help us plant. And then I guess the kids came along, and, all of that sort of naturally slows down a bit. And then it's, getting out a bit now, starting to get out a lot more now with both boys and do things. You know, they both like sort of digging. So that's actually one thing with our little boy who's you know, a bit disabled. He does like to dig, so we go out and we actually dig tracks around the place just to walk around, because it actually gives us something to do we can do together, and it's enjoyable.
Trees, you know
So
what I mean?
at the same time, we're sort of pruning, and you know, everyone has a pair of secateurs in their pocket and prune and plant new things, and yeah, so it's ongoing. It's pretty hard to put a time factor on it.
It's part of your lifestyle, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what it becomes now, and it always was part of that. And it's not like it's not a burden doing it. It's just you enjoy doing it. But you know, I sort of you know, if it's a bit of a rainy day and you go out and do it, you do it. I don't want to have to go and get permission to get an arborist to come and say, yes, we can wander through here and do something on this area now. You know, we just do it wake up on a Sunday morning and it's a drizzly day and not too windy, and we go off and do something like that to get outside.
You know, and we still continue to plant things, because we always, you know, have little seedlings and plantings, and we still plant. And our little boy has Down syndrome, so you know, he, like I said, he loves digging. So it's a great opportunity to learn him a life skill as well. So you know, that's the point. But you know, I mean, pest control, like shooting rabbits and animals, is not none of our favorite things really, but that's what you do. And like, you know, put a dime on it over 25 years, hard to say. And I would rather have my husband with me when the kids were young and he went out and, you know, the whole evening rabbit shooting and goat shooting. I mean, you can't put a time on it. You wouldn't even imagine how many hours. I didn't even think I don't want to think about it actually.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Pomaro?
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you both very much for your submission. I've understood the issues that you've raised. They're important issues that obviously others in a similar situation to yourselves are also raising through the course of this hearing. So thank you very much for the clear and authentic way in which you've presented your submission today. My questions have already been asked and answered. Thank you.
Likewise, that we're very grateful for you both to spend the time to talk to us. We understand where you're coming from. As Ms. Mosey gave us both barrels yesterday afternoon, and we're getting a better picture of up in the bush up in your part of the world, and we're very grateful for you taking the time, as I say, to talk to us, to really to explain what it means to you, and we appreciate that.
Thank you for listening to us. And also, you know, like I said, it was very informal, but I thought we have to present it in an authentic way.
Absolutely. There's no doubt. No doubt that you're authentic people. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. So we have the McNamara team.
There you go.
Popping in and out.
This way.
What's that? Mr. and Mrs. McNamara,
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
welcome to the hearing. The first thing you could perhaps do is tell us what the glorious backdrop is that we can see behind you, since it doesn't look like the Microsoft standard.
No, no, that's actually that's the SNA where our house is basically. So if I just move my head,
Yep.
that's our house, pretty much, just to the right of left of Steve. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That we have your brief presentation. We've read it. Would you like to take us through it? And then we'll ask you some questions.
Sorry, I just can't work out why I keep popping in and out of the view.
Yeah, well,
That's with that backdrop. It was working perfectly yesterday. I don't know what's happened today.
you get that. Well, we know you're there. Even if,
Sorry about that.
if you're...
I don't quite know how to turn it off while I'm in the setting, but never mind. I guess what we were, sorry, when you say take us through, were you wanting us to take us through our original submission or
no,
the notes that we took?
the notes that you provided more recently, because we've read your submission.
Right.
Yep.
So I guess what we were saying was that we were happy that the council were, or they had put forward the recommendation changes to that for the being able to prune for sun and being able to put in a resource consent for the fire risk. That was a good step in the right direction, but we were still concerned about the cost on landowners basically to force the requirement for a arborist and the cost for a resource consent.
Now, we feel that's unfair. We feel if the council want that to happen, that they should come to the party and pay for that. Are you there?
Yep, certainly, we're listening.
Sorry. Yeah, and I guess the other concern that we also had was the increasing impact that the trees as they grow has on the remainder of our property. So we have, as we've owned the property 20 odd years, we have pruned things lightly back to enable both we were concerned about the fire risk and the sun, but also the effect that it was having on the other vegetation on our property and the planting that we've done and the trees that we have planted in memory of friends and family. And all that kind of stuff, which as the trees get larger and larger, will basically start to impact quite substantially on the non-SNA areas of the property. And although I just don't think that side of things has been taken into account at all, particularly. In fact, I noted in the S42A report that it says that the SNA provisions do not render any land incapable of reasonable use. And I think that's a bit of an oversimplistic approach to it because, you know, that SNA and those trees getting towards, 18, 20 metres tall do have a substantial impact on the property that we have, the planting that we've done, as I say, the sun and all that kind of stuff. So it was just... I guess, yeah, I find it a bit hard to explain, to be honest.
Well, in that case, perhaps we might ask you a few questions that in your notes, you talked about sort of the need for an arborist. You've said your comment is you must be doing something right because wildlands were impressed.
Yeah.
The trouble with the district plan is, of course, that it has to cater for the people who don't have the skills that you have. How do you suggest we do that? Because, as you say, you're perfectly capable of pruning and trimming the vegetation. You know what you're doing and what you're trying to achieve. But there are a lot of people who, if you let them loose, their idea of pruning is taking things off at ground level with a chainsaw. So, like, It's the whole spectrum. It's you at one end, the people with the chainsaw at the other, and everyone in between. So how do we address that?
Well, look, I think the council could be more forthcoming in helping landowners and ratepayers by offering their services and saying, like, we'll come and have a look. We'll show you what to do. We'll provide an arborist without the need for resource consent. I mean, it's all this whole process up until now has been very one-sided, where the council tells landowners what you will do. Why don't the council be a bit more helpful toward landowners and work with them rather than against them, and try to, because what they're doing at the moment is alienating landowners against them.
Commissioner Sinclair. Sorry, go for it.
I think the other thing is that they've provided the guidelines. Sorry, I've forgotten exactly what the words were. The pruning guidelines that are available online for the arborist to follow, and those are quite clear and quite easy to follow. So no matter what, you asked, how do we stop the rogue people and hacking stuff down? I don't think any of us can do that in any way, in any walk of life. All you can do is say, this is how we want you to do it. And if it's clearly written and people don't follow it, okay, you've got a problem. But the vast majority of people will be able to follow clear instructions, I think.
Because I think the other thing is that the land belongs to us. We worked hard for it. We bought it. We like it. And we purchased it because it's got the trees on it. I think I could safely say, talking to our neighbours, that no one wants to cut all the trees down or damage them. We want to look after them and make sure they're here for a long time. It's almost like the council doesn't give credit to any of the landowners, and believe that they are going to look after it. I mean, this is private land. It's not reserve land or government land. And I think the council need to remember that.
Commissioner Sinclair.
And I think, as I said, the council need to work with the landowners to care for it and look after it.
Good morning, Mr. McNamara. In terms of the requirement to have the arborist, when I read the standards, it says trimming and pruning of removal of trees where there is imminent threat to the safety of people or property. But then the permitted activity lists out, in addition to that, which is that particular standard, a series of other matters, such as things to do with public roads, maintenance of buildings, fire, that kind of thing. Is it that the kind of activity that you want to undertake isn't permitted as a permitted activity, rather than that you need an arborist if you needed a consent?
Sorry, I don't
Okay,
follow the question.
in terms of the requirement to have an arborist is if you don't meet the standard, and the standard only applies to imminent threat to people or property. There's a series of other matters that are listed in the permitted activity that you could do without resource consent, and it doesn't say that you need an arborist. Is it the fact that that list there doesn't include the kind of activities in terms of trimming that you wish to undertake?
If we can use the example then of the proposal to change the rules around the allowing sun into the property, for example. Yeah. So if we use that for an example, that's going to affect us quite soon as the trees are starting to grow quite tall. Yeah. So if we are, as I understand it, if that recommendation goes through, we will be able to prune the trees to enable the sun to continue to come into the property, but we will need an arborist to do that trimming. That's okay. I understood that correctly?
Okay. So, that might be correct, but that's not how I read it, so I'm going to ask the council officers to come back to us in terms of this the standard, because the standard seems to only refer to the heading says trimming, pruning, removal where there's an imminent threat to people and property. Well, that isn't it. You're doing it because you want access to the sun. And I don't know if I've got. I'm going to ask Mr. McDonnell, who's sitting in here with us, just to respond to that now in terms of whether I'm right or not.
You're not correct, I'm afraid, Commissioner Sinclair. Miss McNamara is correct. My recommendation in the Section 42A report is that an additional standard be added, Eco S2, which basically links back to the rule Eco R1. So if a landowner wanted to trim a tree within a significant natural area to let sunlight into their home, they could do so without the need for a resource consent, as long as an arborist was undertaking the works.
So that's what your recommendation is.
Correct.
To us, but both for you and for the MAC, that's a decision that we will actually need to make whether
Absolutely.
we agree with that. So that's what we're testing at this point. So thank you for clarifying that.
And as we understand it, the same issue comes up with regard to fire. The council will allow us to trim the trees back, but first of all, an arborist has to be employed and a resource consent has to be
Resource
obtained.
consent first and then an arborist.
Now, we think that's unreasonable. And as Nick said, we've cared and looked after the trees for 20 odd years. If the council want that to happen, why don't they provide those services to the landowner at their cost? We're already paying rates to be on the land and use the land.
I think again, one of the I think what's getting Steve quite hot under the collar is again the S42A report did mention. I think a lot of people have said the same thing as us, and it was addressed by saying, you know, that the wider base of the ratepayers shouldn't have to compensate landowners. You know, in this particular case, it was for people wanting rates remission. And I understand that, but I think it doesn't look at the flip side, which is that these rules for some landowners like ourselves are potentially going to increase the cost of owning the land to us in the form of potentially arborists or resource consents. Does that make sense?
Yep, no, thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
Just one quick question. What is the size of your lot, your property?
About 4,000 square metres.
Right.
A little bit over.
Thank you. It was a very clear and detailed presentation. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Flowry?
Tēnā kōrua, thank you both very much for your submission. I'm just wanting to go back to your original submission, if I may, and clarify with you the relief that you're seeking from the panel. I've understood the issues of concern that you've raised and which are shared with a great many submitters. So I'm really just focused at this point on what it is you are seeking from the panel in terms of relief for your concerns. And on the last page of your original submission, you set out a proposal there whereby an area from the west boundary to the farm track you're suggesting should become the area of the SNA. And there are a whole range of reasons that you've set out there for that proposed change. And you very helpfully included in the appendix, map 1, the proposed extent of the SNA.
Yes.
Do you have that map in front of you, that photo?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I do.
Would you mind just taking us through your proposal in terms of that boundary change, just so that we can understand the reasons for it and exactly what it is that you're proposing? Okay,
the reason we chose the farm track was that one of our initial concerns with the whole way the SNAs were mapped was that they were a line taken of the canopy of the trees as they were flowing. I think it was in February 2020. So when you draw a line like that, as a landowner, if I go out 2 years later, that boundary doesn't actually exist. I can't see it anymore because the canopy of the trees has changed. So in choosing the farm track was twofold. One, that it made sense because it was a easy, visible barrier. So we could say everything from that farm track down to our western boundary could be SNA. The other reason we chose it was because that part of the property we had basically have done nothing to. We have simply left it exactly as it was. The trees or the manuka and kanuka from that boundary up towards our house, we have already started for the past 5 odd years planting in amongst it. It's been part of our garden basically. So that area to us was not that we wanted to clear fallow at all, but that we wanted to continue to use that part of the our land basically from the track towards the house as part of the garden basically.
Right.
So it made sense to us from that perspective that became an SNA, if you like, and also that in doing that it would solve all those other problems that we perceived, which was the sun issue, the fire risk, and as I said, they're pretty close to the house and getting taller, the fire risk, the impact it was having on the garden, as I mentioned, some of the trees that we'd planted for family and friends, all that kind of stuff. It just seemed to us to be an all-rounded good solution, especially from our perspective anyway.
The farm track boundary doesn't move, it's static, whereas the canopy line does move as the trees grow.
Thank you. That's really helpful. It's difficult to tell, of course, from the aerial photograph whether there's any distinction between the vegetation on either side of the farm track. But you're suggesting that there is that right?
Well, what I'm saying is that from the farm track to the western boundary, we haven't planted anything in there. We have just let it be, and it is the trees are growing taller, and the natives are self-seeding underneath.
Yes.
From the farm track towards the house, I've planted things like hydrangeas, magnolias, that kind of stuff in amongst them. I can provide you some photographs if you'd like.
I think we understand what you're saying.
Yes.
So we're good. We're like, you don't need to prove it.
No.
Prove what you tell us.
No, that's
McNamara,
great. That's really helpful. So that's been left in its natural state, I see. And just in terms of that, the white hatched area that is described as the Tōtara Covenant.
Yes.
Can you just explain to me what that represents, please?
Okay, so I was basically trying to explain there that there is quite a substantial amount of our property, if we include the SNA and that covenant, which I'll get to, that has been taken up by land that we effectively will have less control of. That covenant is on our title. That was there when we bought the property. There is a very large tōtara tree that's been there for quite some time. I don't know.
Probably 15 metres tall.
It's quite tall, huge, big trunk. And that is the part of land. When we built the house, we weren't allowed to do any excavation there. We still aren't allowed to excavate that area. That area has got to be left for the protection of that particular tree.
Which we knew about when we purchased the property,
and it's fine.
And we're happy about that.
Yeah. So I was just trying to explain that there's quite a lot of our property entailed, full vegetation, basically.
Yes, I understand. So that Tōtara Covenant area extends over the majority of your property? Is that?
No, just on that white hashed
area.
area.
Oh, it's just the white. I've got you.
The white
Sorry.
hashed area with the T on it.
Got you.
It's that. It's about 240 square metres or something like that.
Yep. I've got you now. Thank you. So the black and white sort of dotted line
is the property boundary.
That's the property boundary.
That's a property
boundary. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And the SNA, which is taken from the maps in the PDP and shaded green there. So the SNA doesn't extend out to the road side, it looks like, where there is vegetation there. So
No, I think all of the SNAs are clipped back X meters. I can't
Right.
remember what it was
Yes,
from
that's
all
right.
roads. I think, yeah, yeah.
that's really helpful. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. McNamara. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and I think we understand what you're saying, and we've got some difficult decisions to make, but we're going to hear a lot of people with a lot of different perspectives, and we've just got to factor all of those perspectives in and try the best we can.
Well, thanks for your time and thanks for listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing, Nick, or is it too late?
If you're fast, Mr. McNamara.
Oh, just very quickly, I mean, I think we all watch TV. We all see what's happening around the world with regard to global warming and forest fires. That is something that does concern us here with the close proximity of the SNA foliage to the house. And we feel that's a very important consideration. I know the council have made some concessions.
Or proposed concessions.
But I think fire in this area is a real possible danger. If these trees catch fire, there's going to be a lot of house. In fact, the SNA will be our SNA will be gone, and so will our house. So we do feel quite strongly about that.
Understand. Appreciate that. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Bye-bye.
We have the representatives of the Porirua Park Restoration Group, Dr. Stratford.
Kia ora koutou.
And Ms. Smith.
And Robin Smith. She's here to help me out. So thanks for listening to us today. So I'll try to make this a fairly clear and simple proposal to the plan, address to the plan. Just before I go, it's worth noting I've lived in Te Bay since about 2002 and been a member of the Porirua Restoration Group since about 2015. I'm also the assistant principal at Mana College and have responsibility for curriculum. So while I'm no expert in things planning or local government, I have a little bit of expertise when it comes to the educational domains here. I don't want to read through the proposal, the presentation today. I want to highlight some key aspects of what we've said. But before I do, I think it's worth acknowledging that the Porirua Restoration Group, which has been operating since 2005, operates under the auspices of the Porirua Park Board, which has its links to which is represented by Ngāti Toa and regional councillors with a 50-50 split. And our work in the park and lizard restoration and planting, pest control, monitoring and education has been approved by that group. Okay, so there's 4 points to our submission, which is about protection of Porirua Park, the need for it to remain as open space, and the outstanding natural feature overlay, as well as some changes to the SNAs. It's point 3 that I really want to emphasise today with the hearing, and particularly the shape of the outstanding natural feature and what's included in that. In particular, I want to draw attention to the area outside of the purple boundary that we've marked on map 2, which includes the red area, including SNA 138. Now, our view is that this area should be included in the outstanding natural feature, partly because the nature of SNA 138 requires that area to remain as it is. It's an area which is used for local recreation, and I'm acknowledging here the Policy 25 material at we've appended in our presentation. It has wide community values in terms of its use by people in the park, and importantly, it's a representation of natural landforms, gentle rolling slopes, and then its connection to the seeps and springs that make up the headwaters of the Te Onapoto stream. So in a sense, there's a connection that we want to emphasise between this part of the area, which is currently outside the outstanding natural feature, and the overall connection down right through to Te Onapoto Inlet. And we wanted to make sure that's connected up. Importantly, and this is where my role as an educator fits in, having this is a relatively undisturbed area, albeit there's a section that the golf club currently is situated. Having this as a relatively undisturbed area is an important educational resource, given how much historically the harbours and waterways of Porirua have been straightened, have had things dumped in them, been subject to roads being put over the top of them. I'm thinking around the work around the Pa around and the streams around Elsden, Takapawahia, where I spend most of my days. This waterway potential, this overall connection through to Te Onapoto Inlet provides great resource for us to say, well, this is what a less disturbed waterway looks like. And in that sense, there's a cultural and spiritual significance. Now, in making the point about wanting this area connected to the overall outstanding natural feature, we would note that Ms. Armstrong didn't actually consider this as part of her overall report. And the reason for this given seems to be that it was outside her brief. And that's a shame because of the point we're making that it's very hard for the SNA to operate without being surrounded by the things that actually make it an SNA, which is the slope of the land and the connection down to of the special waterway plant area that the SNA covers, the slopes that feed the water down into that area and then through down to the stream and Onapoto Inlet. So we suggest that that's actually something that work needs to be done well. And when we look at the policy 25 potential for the assessment of that outstanding natural feature, we think that the natural science factors, those sensory factors, and the cultural significance of that area would tend to agree with the presentation we've put today. I'll pause there, see if there's any questions from the panel.
I think there will be because having read your submission, Commissioner Williams put that precise question to Ms. Armstrong yesterday, but I'll ask her to take you through that, talk about the response we got.
Okay, great.
Yes, I questioned Miss Armstrong about what the boundary, how she defined the boundary, or how rather the wider boundary defined in the original Boffa report was made, how it was defined in terms of its landscape values, and the very clear answer was that the values that are most that are highest are the landscape features, which are the coastal escarpments. And the area that you have shown in map 2, she described as an interior landscape. Sorry, not that it's necessarily less visible, but just in terms of landform that it has very different qualities. Would you like to make any comment on that?
Now, I understand, though, that she didn't evaluated at all, apart in terms of the sections of the report said that was outside her brief.
She did not make a personal evaluation at the time, but the evaluation was made in the foundation technical report and the the landscape report that came out earlier. She did, however, give us her expert opinion on what, if she did evaluate it, where she would find that boundary, and it certainly would be in the same place. But I have a question for you, and that is, it seems to me in your description that your concern is less about the landscape values, but the impact of any potential activities in that area, the area you've shown on map 2, on SNA 138 and on its connection, the wetland and stream connection through to Onopoto estuary. Would that be correct?
No, I think that there's something in that, but I think it's important to point out that area represents a continuation, and so it isn't just about the downstream effects, but the overall effects across that area from the area surrounding 138, then subsequently. So because it is a landform drawing attention to policy 25 that's been unmodified by human activity, and it does feed in. We're saying that that's particular part surrounding SNA 138 should be included, and actually has outstanding natural features with consideration.
Yes, I think Ms. Armstrong gave us a far more extensive list of criteria that needed to be considered in the assessment of an outstanding natural landscape. Just to continue, sorry, go on.
We haven't seen any of that stuff. We've only seen the work that says that it was outside her brief. What's the process from here for us to have a look at that work?
Well, there's the schedule, not sure if it's schedule 9. There's a schedule in the district plan. Can someone confirm to me whether it's 9 or 10? I think it's schedule 9 of the outstanding natural landscapes and features, which lists their attributes, and that work is directed by the regional policy statement, policy 25 and 26, and then 27 has the list of attributes. So we're just looking now for which schedule 9 in the PDP lists the qualities for Whaturea Park.
Wasn't that based on the initial assessment? We haven't seen anything else from Ms. Armstrong because she didn't evaluate it.
That's
I can't see how she can have an opinion if she didn't evaluate it.
My suggestion was that it's the criteria that you should be looking at there in terms of the attributes that make up an outstanding natural landscape and feature. But I'd like to come back. I would like to come back to your what seems to me the crux of your concern, which is about the effects on SNA 38 or the effects of the catchment. Would that be a better description of that interior area?
Well, it's both, of course. The point about it being a relatively undisturbed system from the feeder into 138 through to Onopoto is the area we're seeking to protect by extending the outstanding natural feature overlay to that particular section that's marked in.
Right, and can I ask, has Mr. Goldwater reviewed his assessment of that SNA and amended any boundaries and considered any additional inclusions to that area?
Oh, I can answer that.
Yeah.
From my understanding of listening to him the other day, he recommended that the whole system be an SNA as requested. Sounded to me like he was prepared to consider that strongly because of that whole connectivity from the headwater seeps down to Anipoto district.
All right.
Could I quickly just comment on that?
No, I think that you should. We should let the submitters go, Mr. Goldwater, and do things in order.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so yeah, so if there are any more questions, I would have liked to hear from Mr. Goldwater to see what he said about that.
I think we'll see if there are any more questions first.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Can you tell me, Dr. Stratford, what's the land status? Who owns this land and what's and?
Yeah, it's part of the open space surrounding the Radio New Zealand buildings and other edifices.
So does Radio New Zealand own the land, or is it council land?
We think it's Radio New Zealand land. We're reasonably sure of that.
And they provided that the area just adjacent to their facilities was not included in the outstanding natural feature layer. Then they were happy with the remainder to be included, so they put that in their evidence.
And in fact, the buildings area is not necessarily consequential to the SNA 138 anyway. And the area where the golf course is, that's owned by the golf course. I think they're quite willing to support some restoration route there as long as they can still play golf.
Commissioner Primara, do you have any questions of Dr. Stratford?
Kia ora, Dr. Stratford. Thank you very much for your submission. I think you raise a really interesting and important issue. I'm just trying to understand the primary or ensure that my understanding of the primary reason for your proposal to include the area of land highlighted in red as an ONFL. Am I right in discerning from what you've said that the main reason is to do with the protection of important ecological values, principally the headwaters, which is the source of the Te Poto stream?
I think that partially covers it. I think that there are some landscape values that we see as being part of the policy 25.
Yes.
Then beyond simple headwater issues, and the SNA has its own ecological values, its own landscape values. The shape of the land surrounding the SNA has its own landscape values as natural forms as well as feeder areas.
Yes.
So if you could imagine, for instance, the SNA continuing and houses being surrounded by it, there would not be an SNA anymore. And the plant species that are within the SNA would no longer be either. And then that would have obvious flow-ons to the system further down. So, and that obviously has for me and other social, ecological, cultural significance that's been lost connected to SNA and the downstream cost, difficulties, challenges that we face.
Thank you. That's helpful. And just one last question in terms of the your attachment A and the assessment of criteria under policy 25. So that was undertaken, was it by the Whitireia Park Restoration Group?
Yep.
Okay. And was there any source? What was it based on? What was the assessment based on? What methodology and sources, I guess, were relied upon to undertake this assessment?
Yeah, it's more of an, I mean, so it's the knowledge within the group itself.
Yes.
Kick this over to Robin if you want. I mean, she's much more as an ecologist. So it's a competing advocacy position. I don't know if you consider that a methodology, in my understanding of the bill. But in terms of her knowledge, going through the natural science features, the century features, and so on, it's our own assessment. So we would encourage a more full assessment from others, independent.
Thank you. Thank you both very much.
So since Dr. Stratford has said that he would would like to understand your views, Mr. Goldwater, I think you better tell him what your view is, and then I'll give Dr. Stratford the opportunity to comment. You still listening in there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. So we're just to recap, we're talking. Wait a minute, I'll start my video. We're just talking about extending the SNA of the area down the stream in SNA 138.
Outstanding natural feature itself across from the purple boundary to include the SNA, but the area around the SNA as well, in terms of the outstanding natural feature overlay.
So the suggestion is not to identify it as an SNA, but to identify the area around it as an outstanding natural feature or landscape. That I'm not sure you can comment on the landscape provisions, but if you could comment on the ecological values of the area around it, Mr. Goldwater.
Well, from memory, it was mainly in rank grass. So, yeah, there wasn't a lot of woody vegetation. Would I be correct in that summary?
Yeah.
So I didn't see stock there at the time, so I'm not sure what the stock has been removed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So how is that area managed of grassland? Is it just left to become rank, or is it actually managed?
The vast majority of the area is regenerating scrub, but unfortunately the mower man got carried away last couple of years, and he's been mowing that area. But the board is happy for it not to be mowed, and I can send you a photo of the other side, which is regenerating really nicely with grey scrub for pinkfur and stuff that, it's taking off quite nicely because it's no longer grazed since 2010.
Well, I certainly noticed those patterns happening in other parts of the park where stock had been excluded and there was no maintenance. Those little coastal shrubs, tahinu and Caprosma propinqua were coming up quite readily, and I'd imagine that catchment within the next few years would start heavily reverting to that low shrubland.
Mr. Goldwater, can you share a map and so you can point out more clearly where the area is that you're talking about? Make sure we're all focusing on the same area of the park.
Yes, I can. Just one moment, I'll just bring up. Right, let's share screen. I need the host to allow me to share my screen.
Our admin person is on the case. Try now.
Okay, can you see that?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Signs of progress, yes.
So if you can see my cursor, I'm talking about this area here, downstream from SNA 138.
That's right.
So the
It's there, isn't it?
it's either SNA, what is it? 138.
Sorry, this still says PCC, but it should be SNA.
Yeah.
The hill parts of that are regenerating quite nicely, and
All along here.
yeah.
Yep. I recall that. Yep.
Yeah, it's just the flatter bits have been mowed.
Yes, all down here.
Unfortunately, not all the way down there. That's golf club down there. So
around here.
yeah, and on the southern side of the last arm of SNA 138 in there, that picture doesn't show it. That map doesn't show it, but that's regenerating beautifully. It's getting quite dense now. With oh, you can see it. Yeah, because of the sprinkler and the
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Excuse me, Ms. Smith. Let's just if we could pick up Mr. Goldwater's views based on his understanding, and then I'll revert to you to make a final. You and Dr. Stratford to make a final comment to wrap up the session. But Mr. Goldwater, any thoughts about the extent to which vegetation outside what I would call the stream catchment, but as it was described, the hill areas above the SNA or north of the SNA, and then the area to the south of it. Any views as to the quality of that vegetation in terms of the SNA criteria, or to the extent that it might contribute in a landscape assessment?
I think these areas here, these northern areas, are regenerating quite nicely, and I think in a year or two they probably would reach SNA criteria, and I think they, well, from a landscape point of view, they would definitely be characteristic of what you'd find around the rest of the peninsula. So I think they'll just improve over time. That's the kind of pattern I'm noticing anyway.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goldwater. We'll revert to Dr. Stratford and Ms. Smith.
The final point I would make is I think it's really important that the judgment is about the trajectory of the restoration area. Restoration was occurring around the SNA itself. I don't think that you can currently judge the landscape features based on what's there and what is mowed occasionally and surrounds the SNA. What's more important is the natural landforms themselves. The regeneration will occur over time, and that has great potential to contribute to the richness of the park. But unless it's included in the outstanding natural feature, none of that ongoing restoration value will occur. It seems it would be limited, short-sighted to have an SNA that is not supported by having the feature around it that not included in an outstanding natural feature, which is the reason why it is an SNA in the first place.
Understand. Thank you for your contribution. We'll be hearing from Ms. Smith again in her personal capacity this afternoon, and there's quite a lot of overlap in her the evidence she's filed on these matters. So we'll discuss it further with her then. But
thanks very much for the panels and the time we've had this morning.
Thank you very much to you both.
Bye.
We'll adjourn the hearing now, and we're not getting Fulton Hogan. So we restart with Ms. De Boer at 11:15. That's a go. Resume the hearing. Ms. De Boer, are you there?
She's on mute.
Can't hear anything. Hello, you there? So sitting in the wings.
Oh, isn't there something written down the bottom there? Sorry, I can't read it from here. I can't read that. Volume up at the other end.
Because
Hello.
Yes.
hello. That sounds more promising. We can hear someone.
Morena, how are you today?
All good, thank you.
This is Pim Engels. I'm Ingeborg de Boer's partner.
Are you sitting next to her or at some other location?
No, I'm in a different location. I'm currently working from Wellington.
We seem to have some technological problems getting through to your partner, or actually being able to hear her, but we can clearly hear you. If you have...
My partner just chatted that she's having some issues with her microphone. However, we discussed our hearing yesterday, so if you are okay, I can...
Absolutely. If you can solve the problems by stepping into the breach, that would be great.
Okay. I think for us, this hearing allows us to get clarity on where we are. We've read the documented response to a lot of people's application for the proposed plan. And I guess what we would like to establish based on sort of the hearing today is basically three things. One is we would like to really get confirmation and acknowledgement from the council on three key questions, if that's okay. I can run those past you and sort of get a yes or no for that, because that will help us understand where we are. Is that okay?
Well, you tell us what you'd like, and then I'll try and
Okay.
figure out what the next step is.
So our very short submission is basically revolves around the area of national, the SNA, that's part of the district plan, and we are keen to understand whether or not council acknowledge that the proposed plan includes limitations on what property owners can do with areas on their property that are falling under SNA.
I think the answer to that is definitely yes. So what's the second question, Mr. Ingles? You seem to have gone very silent. Probably, are you still probably still talking, Mr. Ingles? We can't hear you. Well, why don't you offer them the end of the day at 4:30, and we'll have another go.
No.
What's this?
Sometimes things haven't moved on much from PowerPoint.
Mr. Boer, can you hear us? Well, we can't hear you. Yeah, the submission's about economic effects. I don't think we can really do this. So what was that? Oh well, let's. Can you say we'll try to do that? And say Plan C is that we'll ask them to put their concerns in writing and table them. They good? All right. Oh well. Adjourn. Presentation. Technological hitches. All right, let's go with Mr. McAdam. See if we do a better luck there. Mr. McAdam, I presume. Can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me now?
We can indeed.
Awesome.
Uh,
Do you want me to straight into it or what?
yes, I think I'll just write down. Right, straight into it, as you say.
Thank you. The Powatahanui Residents Association, in keeping with its objectives to encourage residents to preserve and protect its flora and fauna, does support the identification of significant natural areas and their protection. However, there are specific concerns expressed by residents regarding the management of these areas. Fire clearance. The proposed district plan limited as a permitted activity the removal of indigenous vegetation to within 3 metres from the external wall or roof of a building. PRA submitted that this distance was insufficient to provide for the protection of dwellings, and we would also argue for the associated farm buildings, e.g. stables and barns. We recommended that this policy be amended in line with Fire and Emergency New Zealand guidelines for rural properties, which identify 2 zones or defensible spaces around houses. The first zone is a zone 10 metres from homes where vegetation should be removed, lawns should be kept mowed and watered, gravel and rock should be used rather than mulch, and low flammable species should be planted. And a further zone out to 30 metres from home where trees should be thinned and clusters of highly flammable plants should be avoided. Fire and Emergency made a further submission supporting in part the submission that sought the removal and trimming of indigenous vegetation up to a setback of 10 metres to be permitted under Eco R1. Fire and Emergency noted that as set out in Fire and Emergency guidance, certain native vegetation with highly flammability increases the risk of the fire spread where vegetation is located within 10 metres of a structure. Following the amendment to Eco P13, Fire and Emergency responded, letter dated 8th of October, supported the officer's recommendations. Wildfire management. Provided for the replacement of highly flammable vegetation with low flammability vegetation near residential units where, 1, the works are to protect residential units from a demonstrated wildfire risk, and 2, Eco P2 is applied, including the use of eco-source local indigenous vegetation to replace highly flammable vegetation. The Section 42A report does note 165, the most recent significant wildfire in Porirua was the Porirua Park fire in February 2010. That burnt through 30 hectares of pasture and scrub and required hundreds to be evacuated from nearby suburban homes. Fire and Emergency New Zealand guidance says that this type of fire risk is the greatest in rural and peri-urban areas like Porirua Peninsula. This is because the consequences are greater because fires are detected later and the emergency responses take longer. However, although Section 42A notes the significant effect of fire in the rural and peri-urban areas, it fails to act on this. The Section 42A report has taken an urban focus as supported by Figure 2. The options considered fail to take account of the rural zone setting, increasing the clearance area with much larger areas of vegetation where the difference in percentage loss of vegetation is likely to be insignificant will contribute greatly in reducing the risk to homes and people. Fire and Emergency New Zealand, under their guidelines for rural properties, continues to identify the 10-metre clearance zone, noting there are many benefits to living in the country. However, you will have a higher risk of fire than city dwellers. If a fire does start, you may not detect it right away, and emergency services could take longer to reach you due to the greater travel distance that may be involved. Water supplies may also be more limited than in urban areas. And it goes on to talk about an access clearance way. We submit that notice taken of the Fire and Emergency New Zealand guidelines for rural properties and the policy for wildfire management be amended to recognise the additional challenge to minimise the fire risk in the rural zone. Esplanade reserves, covenant areas and SNAs. The Powatahanui Residents Association supports the concerns expressed by rural landowners over the impact of creating Esplanade Reserve, covenant areas and SNAs, particularly related to the amount of work and the costs incurred by landowners. These costs are associated with the ongoing maintenance, weed control and pest control. This has raised the questions about how landowners would be rated on land that is set aside for these areas and how the land will be valued for rating purposes. The Section 42A reports notes that the SNA provisions do not render any land incapable of reasonable use. This is a moot point, as will be argued by a number of other submitters, because any constraint placed on land reduces how it might be used. It is difficult to see what reasonable use might be undertaken on land set aside for SNAs. The rural sector of Porirua is contributing significantly to quality and character of the Porirua city environment. The Section 42A report does not agree that the wider base of ratepayers should have to compensate individual landowners through rates, remissions or direct compensation where council is undertaking its statutory planning functions to protect the intrinsic values of these areas. We continue to argue that there should be some provision for a contribution from the city in terms of rates relief or similar mechanism to compensate in part the cost borne by the rural community in protecting the values enjoyed by the wider city population. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAdam. Short and to the point. So if I understand you correctly, you're suggesting in effect, a different standard for rural standard in rural areas compared to urban areas from the perspective of vegetation clearance around homes and other buildings. Is that, if I got the point correct?
Yes, yeah, we think that the fire and emergency New Zealand clearances should be applied with the 10-metre setback for the rural zone.
Commissioner Sinclair, have you got any questions?
Nothing from me, thank you. That's very clear.
Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Mr. McNamara.
No, McAdam.
McHennon, I beg your pardon.
That's all right.
When you talk about the 10-metre setback, are you talking about the dwelling plus the associated outbuildings? Can you perhaps define, if you're talking about a rural property, where you'd anticipate would start?
The dwelling is the main part of it, but we think that rural buildings should be taken into account as well for the same reasons. It takes longer to fire departments to get there. It's often longer before a fire is noticed in a rural area. So time delays all lead to that. So if you've got a horse barn or something like that, protection of the animals and stuff would logically say that they should be entitled to the same 10-metre strip that a residential dwelling would have.
Thank you.
Just working through in my mind, Mr. McAdam, should there be a size threshold? I just had this vision in my my mind of a long drop in the back paddock with a large fire buffer around it would seem hard to justify. I understand exactly what you mean about a barn where you're keeping animals, but is there a minimum size that that would justify protection? Because ultimately, this is what we're talking about, the balance of costs and benefits. There's a cost in terms of the loss of indigenous vegetation. There's a benefit in terms of reduced fire risk, but at a certain point, some buildings are not worth saving.
Yeah, and I think it would probably come down to, in part, the description of the buildings being used and whether it has a minimum square metre area on it or not. I don't have a position. Logically, I don't see why that would be an issue. This is more about protecting human lives and stock within a country or rural environment, as there are different conditions around it compared to residential.
Commissioner Porirua, do you have any questions?
Kia ora, Mr. McAdam. Thanks very much for your submission. Very clear. Just one question for you. Aside from the concerns you've raised around the need for vegetation removal from within SNAs to reduce fire risk, are there any other specific concerns in relation to the provisions that you wish to highlight today?
No, at this stage, these are the main ones that I think we've sort of focused on. We struggle sometimes to get a uniform mind out of the area, and these are the ones that uniformly have come up, which is why PRA has focused on them.
I see. That's really helpful. You have mentioned that there are specific concerns expressed by residents regarding the management of these SNA areas, and obviously we're hearing from those residents at the moment and will continue to do so throughout the hearing. Was there and I understand that the Porirua Residents Association hasn't been able to take a position on all of those issues, but are you able to give us a sense of what the overarching sort of themes or recurring issues have been for residents within the Porirua area?
I've had quite a bit of feedback on it. There is concern that some of the areas identified lock up large chunks of land, and while they say it can still be used, the use is completely changed from if it was running a pastoral farm as opposed to a fenced off area or bush and things. So those areas are widespread. We also fringe on the edge of Whitby, and I know there's individuals on the edge of the Porirua area that have concerns over small areas of land holdings having 50% of their area covered by the SNA. They're probably the main things I've heard. I have to confess, I've also been very tied up with work over the last few months and have not been as involved in this as I should, hence the short submission and to the point in effect.
Understandable, and I don't think the short nature of your submission has in any way undermined the importance of the message. So thank you very much. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Mr. McAdam. We really appreciate you plugging in and giving us the benefit of your time, which, as you say, is precious. And we'll take into account your contribution. And as you'll appreciate, we're getting lots of feedback from lots of different directions.
Yep. Thank you very much, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Is Mr. Binns in the... Well, in that case, let's swing with it. Mr. Milback. Mr. Binns. Oh, we can't hear you. Need you to unmute. Any progress? Speak to us.
How's that?
All good. Welcome.
All good.
All good. Welcome to our hearing, Mr. Binns. We've got your relatively short statement of evidence or submission. So over to you, really. You can take us through it. As I say, we have read what you've supplied to us more recently in the run-up to the hearing, but we're interested to hear what you've got to say, and we might have a few questions for you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Firstly, to introduce myself, my name is Grant Binns. I work for Milmac Homes, which is actually my son's business, and we are based in Palmerston North. He now lives in at 405 Paikokariki Hill Road with his family, and he's been down there for just on 12 months now. You have my written statement, which was some additional material to our submission, and since I submitted that, I had some feedback from council suggesting that a lot of what I had in there falls into stream 5 of this process rather than stream 2. While I sort of tend to agree with that, we would have preferred to see stream 5 first, followed by this one, mainly because depending on how the rural rezoning actually progresses and what they say in this rural stream 5, that has a big impact on how SNAs and SALs and the like impact on us as a landowner. But anyway, it is what it is, so we'll just carry on with where we are. What I'd like to do is just comment on a few things within that report, and then I've got a few other comments I'd like to make on SALs and SNAs as well, just to finish off, and then we'll see if we get any questions from there.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. In the report, you'll note that we were quite excited when we read the Section 32 report on the rural zone. We thought that had a pretty good summary of where the rural industry sits from what we can see and from what we've heard of the landowner previous to us that we purchased the larger block of land off.
So just to clarify, when you're talking about the larger block, are you talking about 405 Paikokariki Hill Road?
405 Paikokariki Hill Road is a lifestyle block.
Yep.
And it connects to a larger block, 160 plus hectares immediately behind it. Now, the previous landowner of that block, the Gray family, purchased 405 so that they could gain access to their large block when they subdivided it off.
Gotcha.
So we bought both bits of land effectively. So we've got the lifestyle block at the front and 160 odd hectares behind it. So when we started looking through this report, the Section 42 reports, which were talking about cells and SNAs and the like, besides finding them extremely difficult to follow, we're actually quite disappointed that they actually appear to have not read their own Section 32 report, looking at the rural community, the rural industry and how it actually works, and taking into account some of the comments that are made within those Section 32 reports. Our block of land at the back, the large block, is extremely steep. It matches some of the description in the Section 32 report. It's certainly class 6 or 7 soils. It's quite rocky underneath, a little bit of topsoil on top. And when I say steep, I mean it's steep that you wouldn't walk up parts of it. We agree with the Section 32 report as well as far as rural servicing is concerned, buying supplies, rural supplies. There's a local business called The Shed at Partanui, and they actually store an amazing amount of rural product. But once you get beyond that, if you want bulk supplies or specialist supplies, the nearest one's Otaki, and then after that you're looking at Levin or perhaps even Palmerston North. The same applies to contractors. There are really no contractors. We're currently looking at thistle spraying, and that helicopter service would have to come in from the Wairarapa, making it extremely expensive. As a business, we've been looking through what some of the opportunities might be for this land if subdivision isn't an option. And we note in the report that it talks about opportunities in the rural sector. Doesn't actually go into a lot of detail. We're assuming they mean forestry or aggregate production. But when you have an SNA and a cell on your property, and looking at some of the conditions for those, where it talks about forestry and aggregate production. For our particular property, we suspect that those really aren't going to be an option for us. And so we don't quite know if farming it isn't productive and profitable, what our options might actually be going forward. So we're sort of looking at those things, waiting to see what happens. We would have liked to have seen a bit more comment really on the Section 32 report included in some of these Section 42 reports. And when you get into something like some of the goals and strategic points that are raised at the back, and you'll see in there that I've highlighted a few of them and commented on them, but probably the one that's the most relevant to our claim is that the REO1, the rural environment, Porirua has a productive rural environment. And yet when you read the Section 32 report, it's exactly the opposite to that. So I'm not quite sure how some of these things are being put together and who's reading what and who's taking that into account. So we're certainly keen to see a bit more effort put into actually people finding out what's going on in the market and taking a bit more of those situations into account. Our property is, as I said, it's just over 160 hectares. It has SNA 193 included in it. We've yet to see anything that talks about SNA 193. It doesn't appear in any of the reports other than the actual, that title. And about 50% of our larger block, that 160 hectare block, is covered by was included in the Kakeho cell. We have not had anybody visit our site, discuss either the SNA or the cell on our site. And we note that council instructed ISMIS to visit some of the landowners and developers in the area. We're both, technically, we are property developers. That is our business. And of course, we are a landowner, and we haven't been visited by anybody to look at what's going on. Without discussion from the council, that the council have no understanding, I believe, of what some of our local site issues are. And from a subdivision perspective, we're having a few issues with where the cell in particular will sit. The SNA is down in a gully over the back, so it's a little bit more tricky to work out what impact that will have going forward. But certainly the cell has some major impacts on the land, both directly and indirectly. And the SNA, of course, has costs involved directly with fencing and pest control and restrictions on movement and restrictions on development. So we are going to have a few problems going forward if these are placed on our land without further discussion. And if I can quote you an example, paragraph 114 of Rose Armstrong's evidence on cells, she makes a statement that, and it was quite interesting reading it, future earthworks will need to consider the effects of this landscape value, which contributes to landscape character and visual amenity. Now, I'm trying to work out how we as the landowner and a potential farmer take those considerations into account when we're trying to maintain or upgrade our block of land. And we've done quite a lot of work since we've been on site, mainly flood damage repairs, because we've had some fairly heavy rain down there over the last 6 months. We have suffered a bit of damage around the place. But when we come to do track maintenance or track development, culvert repairs, land stabilisation, those sorts of things, I don't actually know how we work out what that requirement actually is for us as the landowner, and whether we have to get a landscape person in or even get a resource consent to do some basic farm maintenance. I don't know. From our perspective, these overlays will undermine our rights as a landowner. And we note that there are some other councils who are having a few issues with some of these things. And I did hear somewhere that the government were actually putting some of this process on hold, because this is a major debate, and really, from our perspective, we think there's a much better way of arranging the preservation of some of these areas, and it's just basically called discussion. Each of these sites get different impacts by the application of a cell or an SNA or both. And unless you go and speak to the people that actually own them and are trying to work around them, I don't know how they're going to come up with a blanket set of words that cover everybody's situation. And probably the best example I can give you is that the block of land that we now own, the big block, is generally being serviced by the block behind it, which is part of the main farm. That's also been subdivided off, and a new owner takes possession of that in March. It'll be interesting to see what happens after that. But basically, all the stock on our block of land goes over the farm, over the next block over, and go through yards and so on and so forth, and get shipped out or shorn or whatever the case may be from the other side. Now that we own that land, we don't have any of these facilities on our property. So we need to put some tracks in to get to the top. There's an existing track there. We need to upgrade it. There are a small set of stockyards at the top of the hill, but at the moment you can't get a truck up there to get stock in or out. The road is basically only suitable for a side-by-side. You wouldn't even take a ute up there unless it was really, really dry. There's no metal on the driveway, so we need to widen it. Part of that widening will go up through the corner of the cell, and in those particular areas, that could have a cut face of, well, probably the existing one's about 15 to 18 metres high, and we think to widen the road, we'll be looking at an 20 to 22 metre high cut face. That certainly has a visual impact until we can hydroseed it and get the grass to grow. But from a safety perspective, I don't know what else we can do. So I don't know how that all works in the system going forward. And nobody has taken that into consideration that we can see in any of these reports that have been prepared today. The outcome, we think the outcome of the process would be much better if people actually came and spoke to us. And we think that, we don't want to get rid of an SNA, of a bush area. But certainly with these rules that are coming up at the moment, we certainly wouldn't want to make it any bigger, because we just lose access to more land, and that would increase our ongoing costs of maintenance and so on and so forth. And really, from our perspective, we believe there is probably one overarching challenge that could be placed on the validity of an SNA or an SAL. And if the government, for some strange reason, overnight decided that councils who have set aside these areas or put an overlay on land, if they all of a sudden said to the council, well, now you have to sort out which ones you want to buy, because if you're going to have an overlay on them, you need to buy the land. We believe that council probably within a month or two would only have one or two of these in the entire area. So is there value in them? That's probably our main question. Other than that, I've really got nothing else to say. We are concerned about these things. We would really like to talk to somebody about them. We think we've really missed the boat. And we'd just like to see how this all progresses. And you'll probably see me back during Stream 5. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to seeing you in Stream 5, but we'll see if we have any questions for you on these issues. Commissioner Sinclair?
Yeah. Could you clarify for us, this significant natural area 193 is the one shown on your land. How much, do you know what area approximately it takes up?
No, I don't. It's a very difficult shape. It's in the bottom of a fairly large gully, and it goes up a very steep valley on the far side of our property. In reality, its overall area is probably around a hectare, but it's certainly not easy to measure because of its oddball shape. It's also extremely difficult to fence.
So is it your understanding that the rules require that that area be fenced?
No, I've read those rules, and I have found somewhere in there that says because it's on rural land, we may not have to fence it, but that we do have to put some sort of pest control on it. I mean, it's an interesting thing because it can only be identified via aerial photograph, via aerial photography, because you can't see it from anywhere other than the top of the hill. But it is quite a nice looking piece of bush. I haven't been down there myself because if I go down there, I've got to come back up. And at the moment, the only way to do it is to walk. And I'm unfortunately not that keen. My son has certainly been down there with his kids and they've had a wander through it. We're not ecologists, so we don't know quite what's in there.
How recently or when did you purchase the property, this one with the SNA on it?
We purchased that in, well, my son's been living there since December. So we did the deal, I think, October, November last year.
Right. So you've owned the not just the 104 Pycock Hill Road, but the big large piece of area in sort of the land behind that that's got the SNA on it. You've had that since about October, November last year.
Yeah, it's been a longish settlement, but basically, yeah, we've had that under either offer or under our ownership since about, I think it was about October last year.
Right.
And it's part of the Grey Farm. We purchased it off Joy. It also has the it's inside the Kakeho cell too, about half of it.
And that cell that you're referring to, that's in a special amenity landscape, is it?
That's correct. And I mean, there's a track that runs from one end of that top of the hill to the other end, and it would be just about all visible from various parts of Whitby, but we need to metal that track so we can get around it. First of all, we've got to get the track up the hill suitable for a truck, and then we've got to get metal up there so that we can metal that track so it's actually safe to drive over in winter. With a ute or something like that, the only vehicle we've got up there at the moment, you can't take anything up there, so you can't get aggregate up there, you can't get tree planting up there, you can't get small stock items up there or anything else. So, but I don't know how we do that when we have to consider our impact on the visual amenity of the site. It's a bit of a challenge for us mere mortals, that's for sure.
And then the access for not 104 Pycock Hill Road, but again that large bit of land behind it. Where does the subdivision show that the access to the street is for that piece of land?
There was a boundary adjustment done on the title of 405.
Yes.
That provides it with access. So access is on the right-hand side of 405 and goes from Pycock Hill Road up to the site. There was also a secondary access from 431, I think it is. But that's a right-of-way that provides access to several other areas in there, and we basically didn't want to use that. We have a ford there at the moment. We have a bridge that will carry 10 tonne, which is not a lot. We can't put a furniture truck over it, for example. But we do have a stream ford there, so we can get heavy-ish vehicles onto the site from there. But the road or the track going up the hill was pretty steep and does need to be widened to get a truck up there. The lower part of that road is not inside the cell, but the upper part of that road is.
And am I correct in that you've got existing tracks that you wish to upgrade, plus you've got additional tracks that you wish to put in to be able to access different parts of that that section?
Yes, there are a lot of existing tracks up the top of the hill. None of them have been metalled. They're all grass tracks at the moment, so that there are no issue driving around them in a side-by-side in the summer, and you can get round a fair few of them in the winter as well. But you wouldn't, for example, go down the hill into the gully to the SNA in the wintertime unless you walk or maybe on a motorbike. But it's too steep, and those tracks just have no grip whatsoever. They're just all grass, basically.
Okay. And then when are you aware of before October, November, of any of the council officers or that visiting the site, or a site visit being offered to the then landowner?
No, I'm not. As far as we're aware, nobody has visited that particular area of the farm.
Okay.
Now, that may be untrue, but that's as far as we know. Nobody's actually been in there, and certainly nobody has spoken to us about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Binns. Without prying, I wonder if you could give me some idea of the sort of activities you were looking at undertaking on the large lot, the 160 hectare lot. I mean, were you looking at, for example, some sort of rural lifestyle subdivision lots, or plantation forestry, or when you bought the land, what were you thinking that you might do with it?
Well, when we bought the land off Joy Gray, one of the questions we asked her was, why was she subdividing the farm up and cutting it off? And basically, she's been retired from farming for quite some time, but they'd found that farming, especially in large farming areas, large farms was becoming uneconomic for a whole bunch of reasons. So farming isn't one of our options. Our preferred option would be lifestyle blocks up there in some shape, size or form. Not small scale lifestyle blocks, probably somewhere between 6 hectares in size.
Can you say that again, Mr. Binns? You just faded out there. What size?
Sorry. Yeah, not small scale, not 3 or 4 hectare size, but we'd be looking at somewhere between 6 and 10 hectares in size. We've done a bit of development like this up here, and we've found that most people that buy a lifestyle block like to have a bit of land, like to have a couple of sheep, but don't actually want to farm it. And we've been looking at options of still having the bulk of the land managed as a farm in some shape, size or form, if that was possible. We've also looked at forestry. We've looked at perhaps even something like manuka or carnuka for honey. There are a few options there, but basically the best return on the land is subdivision without any shadow of a doubt.
Yes, I suppose I was wondering if you've done any analysis of the site in terms of actually, how many lots you might get out of it. I'm considering the slope of the land, the class of the soil, the sort of gradients, how you'd actually service those lots Have you looked at where you might put, building platforms, for example?
Yes, we have. We've been doing some work with a couple of local consultants and with a landscape architect, Linda Kirkmeister at Boffin-Miskell, to just see what we could actually achieve up there, if that's possible, and how that would fit in inside a cell and also in the landscape itself. We don't know exactly. As far as building sites are concerned, there's probably about 25 up there, but in reality, there's probably about somewhere between 15 and 18 that would be viable, that would have the correct sort of spacings and would be able to get large enough blocks of land around them. And if you could get to that number, then the SNA down the bottom could be quite significantly enhanced. And there's the opportunity, which we have discussed briefly with council, about the stream that comes out of the bottom of the gully and putting some riparian planting and stuff like that down in there as well. But of course, and this is where I speak in my piece of paper that I've given you people about compromise. You know, there are ways of doing things where everybody sort of gets a bit of a win-win, but you need the money to do it. And certainly subdivision is the best way to generate some money to spend on the site. The more you spend on it, the more actual value you get back from it.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm wondering is whether the SAL overlay has actually limited. You know, you're going through an exercise of identifying potential building platforms and what you might do with the land. If for example, you were looking at rural lifestyle blocks, has the overlay, the SAL overlay, actively prescribed, limited what you might do in terms of those lifestyle blocks, or are the limitations more focused on the capability of the land itself?
The SAL does have an impact, especially on the road getting up the hill, because of the size of the cut face we need to put in the top part of the road to get around one of the corners, and that cut face is considered a blight on the landscape. Probably the best description I've heard so far. And while it can be grassed over and all the rest of it, in time it will look like the existing cut faces, which are actually quite high, which have been cut in with an old bulldozer probably back in the 50s, we would have thought. And the other one, of course, is the access road that goes from the bottom of the site to the top. Because of the slope of the land, there's about 100 metres of fall from the top of the site to the bottom of the site at the top of the hill. And then from the top of the hill down to the bottom of the hill, there's about another 80 odd metres. So it's actually quite a high sort of a site. But we can get those building platforms in there at reasonable spacings. But one of the issues that we did note is at one stage, council was suggesting that buildings inside a cell would have to be limited to 175 square metres in size. Now, I think I've read somewhere that that's been changed, but I'm not 100% sure. But there's not many people that would spend $1 million plus on a lifestyle block and then restrict themselves to a 175 square metre house. We're currently building on a lifestyle block at 285 square metres, and we have another one where currently the plans are over 500 square metres of house in a two-storey development. So, you know, there are height restrictions as well. 5 metres they're currently talking about, and 5 metres is difficult on a hillsite because where's the 5 metres measured from? Because because the ground slopes away, you know, and we cut the house in, and generally what we try and do is not cut all of the house in, because then you end up with a big ugly scar of a 3 or 4 metre high bank behind it. So if you cut the bank in by 2 metres, and you put the front of the house on poles by 2 metres, then you end up with a good compromise between earthworks and landscaping that can cater for it. But if you measure 5 metres from the bottom, from the ground level at the base of the pole to a roof line, generally you'll be over 5 metres. So, some of those things, 5 metres is a really good number, but what does it mean and where's it measured from, and does it impact on house foundations, things like that? The big house that we're talking about, that's going to have a height of nearly 9 metres, but it's actually single story.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Binns. That's a good description of the activities that you're investigating at the moment.
Mr. Murray?
Kia ora, Mr. Binns. Thanks very much for your submission. I've been listening very intently, and a lot of the questions that I had for you have already been covered. But I just want to ask you specifically about the relief you're seeking from the panel. In your original submission, you've asked for amendments to the PDP in relation to the SAL and the SNA. And you've said there that you're requesting specifically the removal of the SNA overlay, or, in the alternative, the incorporation of a policy framework and associated rules that enable appropriate development within the SAL. I just wanted to ask you what you consider to be appropriate development in this context.
That's a really good question. We have some thoughts about that, and we're not saying that we should turn our hill into Whitby and put 150 or 200 houses up there. But what we'd like to see is some rules that would allow us to develop the site with taste, but with some control. We're not expecting to have free reign. But when you get up onto the top of that hill, the views from up there are spectacular. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And clients will pay for that view, but then they expect to get that view as well. And we've had discussions about putting houses up there and then putting landscaping around those houses so people can't see them. But as soon as you do that, then the people can't see out either, and that's what they want. There are compromises to be had. We have no issue with control over the colours that houses are painted and the roof lines and things like that, and keeping all of that in keeping with the site. But making blanket rules then makes it very difficult. I mean, we've spoken to a couple of people at council, and generally I think council are quite keen to see us do something up there that is a good value product. But I don't know that they're confident that their rules help them help us. And I think some of these new rules are going to be less helpful. Things like an arbitrary 5 metre height restriction. And as I say, the first question I've got was, well, where do you measure the 5 metres from? What they're talking about is a single story house. But in some cases, you can build a 2-story house on a sloping site, and it's still less than the actual ground profile because you dig the house into the ground. And the one that we're currently building is exactly that. The bank at the back of the house is 4.5 metres high. So the house is technically 3/4 of the house is basically below ground. And yet that house is on poles at the front, and it probably at the front it would be a good 6 metres high, if not more. And the other one we're building is cut into the slope, and that's a 2-story house. But actually its impact on the environment and the view, probably not a lot. And really, the report talks about the hill, that our hill in this entire area, because we're only part of that Kakaho cell. But it says that it's appeared a lot in photographs. People stop and photograph it, and it's appeared in paintings and things like that. Well, I've yet to see a painting or a photograph of that particular part where that's actually the feature that people were looking at. And in reality, if you drive around the other side of the harbour, which is really the only place where you can see our block of land from, there aren't really too many places you can stop to take a photograph of it. And once you get up into Whitby, the only place you can really see it is from the lookout up the top, because Whitby is now quite well planted out. And I've got friends who live in Whitby, and certainly cannot see even close to where this block of land is from his place in Whitby. That's for sure. So I don't know how we've done some visual analysis of what things look like at the top of that hill, and because they have some very smart software that allows us to do those sorts of things. But at the end of the day, I don't know how relevant it is, because if you drive down State Highway 1 and you drive across the bridge at Parramatta there, and you can look out, you can definitely see the site. But if you could see a house on it, even one that was 2 stories high and 300 square metres, it would be a dot on the horizon.
Interesting, food for thought. Thanks for that. And then in terms of the SNA, what would be your interpretation of appropriate development within that?
Well, if we were to develop our entire site, and that means going down the ridge on the other side, which is highly unlikely that we would even do that, we would need to put a track across the top of it, just simply because there's no other access. You can't get across the gully at the bottom end of the property. You've got to go all the way up to the top and then come back down the other side. So you cross the top end of that valley, and it's steep, believe me, it is really steep up in there. And there is a track around the top end of it at the moment, but it would need to be enhanced. So that would definitely involve taking out a bit of that bush at the top. What it would mean in the way of trees and things, I've got no idea. We haven't got into that detail, and we probably won't go down that site. As for the bottom of it, we'd probably look to be enhancing it as opposed to doing anything else with it, because it's a really good feature to have in the middle of a development like we're talking. And we could carry planting off a couple of those gullies that go back down towards Paikokariki Hill Road, and you could plant right up those gullies and make them look really nice. The problem with the current rules is that may not only cost us money to do the planting, it may cost us money in the future as well to look after them. And I don't know that that's particularly fair. And that would certainly be a disincentive for us to do some of that. I mean, we've been playing around with budgeted figures for this thing, and I mean, at the moment it's all pie in the sky, but we needed to have a plan. And we've set aside $1 million for landscaping externally to the building sites to enhance the value of the land. When we first got there, for example, the road that goes in off Paikokariki Hill Road, the track that goes up to the existing house and then carries on up the hill, up towards the base of the hill, there's a whole bunch of trees down the right-hand side of that. And we had a surveyor come in to survey where the designated road was. And he said, oh, well, we'd just take all those trees out. And we said, well, hell no. There's a lot of value in having a tree-lined access road to a subdivision at the top of the hill. So, no, they're staying. So move the road over. Give us a bit more space. But those little things are all part of the deal.
Yes, so you have alluded to some of the constraints you foresee in terms of these proposed rules and provisions in the district plan. What activities in particular do you believe you should be able to undertake on your property within the SAL and the SNA as a permitted activity as of right?
Well, technically it's a farm at the moment, and if nothing else, you need to be able to get around the farm in all weathers safely. And I think that's a basic necessity. I mean, I've spent 30 odd years before I started working with my son, managing a Blackley Construction here in Palmerston North, and they're a rural servicing business. They specialise in farm drainage and farm maintenance, so they build tracks and God only knows what everywhere. And the critical thing for building a farm track is putting a surface on it so that you can use it in all weathers. And that's the one thing that these tracks down there just don't have, and that makes them really dodgy. And the little 4x4 vehicle that we've got down there that we had to buy just to get around the site so that we could do some of our investigative work, it's got like mini tractor tyres on it, it's got mud grip tyres on it, and it's 4-wheel drive, it's low to the ground. And even that, when we were going up there in the wintertime, was could be quite exciting. We had people go up there with us and they just didn't like it at all, felt it was unsafe. And that's partly because it's close to it. You wouldn't drive up there in a utility, in a ute, today. You might in the middle of summer, you might get up there. There's no way you can get a truck up there because a couple of the corners are just too tight. But the grade's acceptable. The grade's acceptable for a city street.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that clarification.
If I could just make one
Yes.
other comment, we have done an engineering design that would allow us to build an 8-metre wide road up that hill, which would be more than sufficient to service 15 houses at the top. But to do that, we have to cut into a fair chunk of the hill, and part of that is at the top of the hill, which is inside the cell. We've been advised by our landscape architect that that probably won't fly. Now, if the cell's not there, there's nothing to stop us from doing it.
That's very helpful.
And that's what I'm saying. It depends on how these zone changes go in Stream 5 as well. That's why I would have liked to have seen Stream 5 before this one, because then I'd probably be able to give you some far better answers.
No, I understand, and that's been most helpful. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Binns. I had no more questions. Appreciate your time plugging into our process, and we'll look forward to seeing you in Stream 5.
Well, thank you very much. And I hope I look forward to being here in Stream 5 and being a bit more positive as well. Thank you.
No
Thank you very
worries.
much for your time.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. We'll adjourn the hearing, restart at 1:30. resume the hearing. Our first submitter is Mr. Stevenson. Hello, Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, good afternoon. Dan Stevenson here.
Thank you.
Can you hear me clearly?
We can indeed. We can hear you clearly. We have your preliminary or supplementary submission. We've read it. So over to you to present.
Yeah. Well, firstly, you've got my original submission and the supplementary one. I'll be as quick as I don't need a lot of time. As I mentioned, I'm a director of Pikariri Farm Limited, our family farming company, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you commissioners. And just by way of background, that's the background to the farm is set out in our submission. We've been farming there for 70 years, and I think I'm one of the oldest residents in Porirua. I went to Porirua school in 1945. So 82 years, or 81 years, and a -5, we're here today. And just our submission deals with zoning. That's not on today's agenda. Sites of areas of significance, that's not an issue. Significant national areas, I'll refer to that briefly shortly, and outstanding natural features and landscapes, I'll refer to that. And a special amenity landscape, that's on today's agenda, and the coastal high natural character area. And also the coastal environment, inland extent, that's not on today's area, and access to the farm. Now, regarding the outstanding natural features, there is one, that's the Pikariri Southern Escarpment, and details regarding it are set out in our earlier submission. And that's at the southern end of our boundary and goes down to our southern boundary is the boundary of the city, Porirua City, and extends northeast along the coast of the farm for an area of approximately 4 kilometres to the eastern end of Open Bay, or those of you who know it, there's a little beach down there. Some call it Waterfall Bay, others call it Little Titahi Bay. And we have protected that area and kept it in the same condition over the past 70 years since we've been on the farm. To place an outstanding natural features landscape classification on it is too high in our view and not warranted. The cliffs fit into the same general category as the Rukatani Titahi Bay significant amenity landscape, which is to the right running east of Komanga Point. And in our view, the SAL designation applied to the Rukatani Titahi Bay Komanga is the appropriate designation for the Southern Escarpment. I can't really add any more to that than I've said now. But if you've got any query on that, I'm happy to answer, or I'll move on to the next point.
Why don't we finish your presentation and we'll come back and
yeah, happy to do that.
Ask you questions on the whole thing.
Good, happy to do that. Now, the special amenity landscape, that's Rukatani Titahi Bay Komanga, which I've referred to earlier. And, you know, it is a beautiful and historic headland and warrants protection, no question about that. We have protected the point over the last 70 plus years that we've been on the farm, and it's in the same condition now as we came there. Just in passing, it used to be a holding paddock for Mana Island when they transferred stock across from Mana to the mainland. That ended the 50s, 1950s, when they took the stock to Parramatta or Patanui. The issue is how far into Pikariri Farm the significant amenity landscape designation should go. Our submission is that the boundary should continue from the escarpment to the east, along the boundary of the Komanga Point title, to the cliff to the west, as shown on the plan attached to our submission. The boundary of title follows the natural contour by chance and fully protects the coastal land form and Komanga Point. it is not necessary or warranted, in our view, to include further land in the SAL. Now, the area we're speaking of is marked on the plan with our submission and goes inland for a further 75 to 100 metres in general terms. And and I just add that the coastal high natural character area, Rukatani Escarpment to the east of Komanga Point, and it is not a concern to Pikariri Farm. Now, the Rangatui Takapuā here, we ask that the location of the SAL be amended so that it is close to the boundary with Porirua City to exclude land not required to protect the backdrop to the city. Just to explain, if you're down in the city and look up to the farm, or put it another way, if you fired a rifle shot from the town centre to the southern end of Mana Island, it would go directly over the farm. Now, the bush, the native bush on the Elston Bush Reserve, that boundaries the farm, and basically quite a bit of the farm on that boundary is flat and below the ridge line and not visible from Porirua city centre. And our submission that the SAL should end where the blue line meets the coastal environment inland extended, shown on the plan attached to our submission, which is quite well north. It'll be 3/4 along the eastern side. You can see on the plan where they meet. The land to the east of that point is not visible from the central Porirua city, and an on-site visit would clearly identify the appropriate boundary. And I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. I'll invite Commissioner Williams to go first.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson, for your presentation and for the useful set of plans and maps that you have in your submission. I'll start off just in terms of the Pikariri Outstanding Natural Features and Landscape Overlay. I suppose my question is, does the overlay inhibit your use of what you describe as the cliff? You know,
Well, we don't, basically, we have used the cliffs for grazing mainly of sheep. The odd cattle go along the top, but we use it mainly for winter. It's a lot warmer than the rest of the farm, being close to the sea. And we don't put ewes and lambs out there because it's too steep, but the sheep like it. And we just want to be able to continue to use it as we have. And the less, and we have protected it, the bush and the growth there, which is pretty hardy, because it is quite exposed, is as it was when I was a boy and used to go out along the cliffs. It's just the same now as it was. And we are happy for it to be protected. We protect it, but we feel the appropriate designation is the same as that for Komanga Point.
Right. So can I understand it's not that it inhibits your use. From a landscape perspective, you feel that it has the same characteristics as the adjacent amenity landscape. Is that correct?
What do you mean
Well,
by
I'm
the
saying,
amenity?
does having an outstanding overlay inhibit any of the existing farming practices that you undertake on that land?
I don't know what the future will hold, but I would doubt what the use of the cliffs would change. I doubt that it would. But we don't want, we just like to be left to be able to use it as we have for the last 70 years. And but we're happy for a designation to be on it, and our view is the right one. We don't see why there should be any differentiation between the Komanga Point designation, which in my view is a much more pristine and a much more important feature than the cliffs.
Right, thank you. So to go to your Komanga point,
Yes.
you still agree that that's an important landscape? You
We-
obviously identify with it and find it to be an important element of your farm.
I think it is, without question. I mean, if you've been there, anyone who's been there, it's just a lovely look. It's a lovely point. It's historic. I mean, legend has it the Coupe, or one of his navigators, came ashore there one evening and went to sleep. In the morning, his canoe was gone, and he thought he was stranded. And according to the story, he went back to camp that next night. Next morning, the canoe was back, and I believe it. I believe I believe it was a way of saying that the tides go up and down the coast, because that's exactly how they flow. But it's just a very beautiful spot. The headland sticks out. Also, it was a pa up till a small pa, and also on the slopes just inland from it. Back in the 1830s, in early whaling days, stories, or that they grew potatoes there. In fact, there's still 3 pits there that I'm pretty sure they are old potato pits, but they might have been foxholes for the army during the war. But and if you walk along the coast and approach it, it's just a very inviting place. Yes.
I'm just trying to work out. I don't seem to be able to pick up in your original submission where you would like the boundary change to.
Well, yeah. Well, if you on the plan that was attached that Land Matters prepared for me.
Yes, I've got that.
You'll see Coman is coloured a sort of sepia colour, and there's a proposed boundary change. There's 3 arrows pointing towards the inland boundary.
Yes.
That where I'd like, it's roughly 100 to 75 metres to 100 metres in the inland line that runs along. We would like that moved towards the sea, as the arrows indicate, to the proposed change. And that runs along the actual title, and that runs along the ridge.
Right. I see from an additional map that it aligns with the edge of a site of significance to Maori. Is that right? It's a your request is to move the edge of the SAL northwards.
Yeah, that's right, northwards, correct. But Komanga Point is the place of significance to Maori.
Yes.
I don't argue with that. You
No.
can see that you can see the old power site earthworks on it still.
Can I ask you the same question that I asked about the outstanding natural landscape overlay further to the west? And that is, if you had the SAL overlay as it is in the proposed PDP, what implication does that have for you? What activities does it inhibit for you?
Well, it restricts development, and I mean, as I set out in our earlier, I won't be around. I'm 81 years old now, but the long-term future of the farm is not farming, and I could spend a long time on that, but I don't intend to. And we just want to keep as much flexibility for the future, and that area it has long-term. Tremendous potential for the appropriate form of development, whatever is decided at the time. I mean, the plan does show major rural residential zone within the farm, and a proposed plan, and for the area just inland from Komanga Point and up to our northern boundary. That was still zoned rural, but that's not for today's debate. But we believe that should even has more merit to be rural residential zone than the rural residential zone shown on the plan deeper into the farm. And we just want to maintain as much flexibility as possible, whilst at the same time we accept that Kominga Point requires protection and should be retained. I mean, whatever happens to the land in future, that point is significant for many reasons, but particularly just the sheer beauty of the place.
Right, thank you.
But we believe it will be fairly protected by the SAL running along its boundary.
And can I ask you, Mr. Stevenson, if that's the same argument you would use for the SAL on the eastern side of your property?
Yeah. I understand the reasons why people, to the east, that's the one above the Takapuahi, the Bush Reserve. Yes, it's the same argument. But particularly the areas that are not visible.
Yes.
From that, if you look at the farm at that map, the dog legs that go into the bush, some of them are flat land. In fact, you can't see, if you stand there, you can't see Porirua City.
Yes, I questioned Ms. Armstrong yesterday about the rationale for the boundary of the Rangatuhi Takapuahia SAL. She informed us that it was located on a ridge line rather than in terms of being on a bush line. And
I accept that for where you can see the land up to the ridge line, but some of that land is well below the ridge line, and the bush, when you stand there, you see the bush, and you cannot see any part of, certainly Porirua, you might see over towards Transmission Gully, but it doesn't form part of the background to Porirua, the central Porirua City.
Right. Thank you. I think that's...
Commissioner Sinclair.
Hi, Mr. Stevenson. Just in terms of your submission and the presentation notes that you've referred to today, just in relation to the natural significant areas, I just want to check that you're saying they're not an issue and not on today's agenda. Looking at your submission, that the things that you're concerned about, you're not required to fence them, and you're not restricted for reasonable weed control on adjoining areas. But you're actually, the two, SNA 148 and 149, you're happy with those and don't have an...
I'll just check which ones are they?
So I'm on page 10 of 39 of your original submission.
Right.
Item headed number 4, and then 4.1, 4.1 to 4.3.
That's right. That's what were the numbers again? Sorry, beg your pardon.
SNA 148 and SNA 149.
Those little areas of bush and they've been there. I've got a painting at home actually by Nugent Walsh, the artist, that he did about 1920, and the trees are the same as today, rather windswept, but they're good. You wouldn't want to touch them.
So no issue. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Commissioner Porirua.
Kia ora, Mr. Stevenson. Media Pōmare here. Kia ora.
Oh, yes. Yeah. We look across to you at Hanawek.
Indeed. I don't have any questions for you, as your submission is very clear, and I'm extremely familiar with the area you've covered in your submission that's encompassed by Pikarere Farms. But I would like to take the opportunity, though, to to acknowledge the long association of your family with the area and with the tangata whenua, Ngāti Toa, and to acknowledge the important role you've played over the generations as kaitiaki in protecting a number of extremely significant cultural sites that happen to reside on your property. Not least of which is Kōmangaro Tāwhiri, which you've alluded to in your submission as the place where Kupe landed. So I just wanted to acknowledge you for that, and thank you very much for your submission. Kia ora.
Well, I should acknowledge that the first person to tell me the story of Kupe was your father.
Thank you.
Who I should also disclose conflict of interest that we went to school together. But thank you and
Kia ora.
No,
thank you very much.
But, you know, when you live in a place and spent your life there, I mean, it's changed so much. When I went to Porirua School in 1945, there were 5 teachers, and there was no secondary school between Wellington and Levin. And that just shows how much the area has changed, and it will change in the future. But I think you will agree, you would look over and Komanga Piri is it's just a lovely place.
Oh, it absolutely is. And it is one of the jewels in the crown that so far has not changed. So
Exactly.
I salute you for the efforts you've made to ensure that it remains in its natural state. Thank you.
Mr. Stevenson, only a parting shot from me. I've talked to the commissioners. We are interested in taking you up on your offer of a site visit. We've got to figure out how many other sites we also need to go to after the hearing. But the hearing administrator will be in touch, because we will likely, as say, take you up on to have a look around and closer range.
Well, we can easily go down to these sites with a 4-wheel drive we've got on the farm, but we might need another one, but we can work that out. And we'd like you to come and have a look, and if you had time, even have a cup of tea or a glass of wine with us, but that we mustn't corrupt you.
Yes, I think we'd better stick with a cup of tea. We wouldn't want it to be suggested that our judgment was impaired.
Exactly so.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Stevenson.
Well, thank you. I hope I've kept the time.
You have indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Goodbye. Kia ora.
We have Mr. Fowler. Is he ready to roll? Yes, I'll just find his evidence. He's towards the end. What's this? Oh, you're looking at the wrong one. Mr. Fowler. Welcome to the hearing. We have your brief submission that you've pre-circulated. Invite you to speak to us.
Right, thank you very much. I'm Ian Fowler, and I represent my wife Nolan as well. We live at 17 Place in Clearmore. We own a 0.106 hectare property, which 45% is going to be subject to the SNA. We object to our property being included for 2 reasons. One, Policy 23. Our section does not appear to meet any of the 5 criteria set out in Policy 23 of the Greater Wellington Long-Term Plan, which is the authority for Porirua City Council, including SNAs in its plan. Council has not justified the inclusion of our property, other than looking at an aerial plan, seeing the bush on our property is next to a council reserve, and drawing a line over ours and neighbours' properties that increases the reserve. Council has not done an evaluation of our property or consulted with us as required by Policy 23, or explain why it meets Section 23. None of the native trees are unique on our property are unique or endangered at all and prolific in the 1.8 hectare adjacent reserve and in the nearby reserves. Cost benefit ratio. Benefit of any of the aims of policy 23 is very minor in relation to our property, given its size. However, the cost to us as property owners is very significant. We will lose the full benefit of ownership of land, which every other ratepayer enjoys. Financial cost is large, namely the cost of applying for resource consent each time we wish to do anything to the trees, i.e. trim the vegetation, will be about $1,500 each time, with no certainty that we'll be successful. I would suggest the council have no incentive or inclination to grant the consent. Within a very short time, we'll lose our views over the internet, which will have a profound negative effect on the value of our property. I estimate it will be in excess of $100,000, though I've heard some of our neighbours believe it costs as high as $200,000. The loss of full enjoyment of our property will have an effect on putting off buyers when we eventually get round to selling. I do not believe any reasonable person would consider this an equitable situation. There is no suggestion of recompense from the council. I'm sure the situation applies to many owners of small residential properties. I request that the panel review the application of SNAs in the plan and consider only applying them to residential properties where the area affected by the SNA is less than 0.2 of a hectare or takes up less than 10% of the property. If this is not within discretion of the committee, or the council, and I'm sure they have some discretion on the method of applying the resource, how the resource consent can be managed, and the consent properly structures ours. Thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. I'll ask Commissioner Sinclair if he has any questions first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fowler. In terms of nobody visiting the property, did you receive letters or anything from the council?
I received a letter saying it's going to happen, yes.
Right, okay. But did you have any further follow-up or anything like that from the council?
Not from the council direct. I was part of what we call a SNAG, which is Several Natural Areas Group, and we went to one meeting with the council on it, which really was a bit of a waste of time, in my view. That it didn't get into any detail of anybody's sections.
Thank you. In terms of the effect on your land, what is it the sort of activities that you would undertake on your site that you're concerned about? There are limitations in place by way of the plan.
Well, if I wanted to do something in the back of my section, which is where this is, I can't do anything. I can't put a lawn in if I wanted to. I couldn't put in a vegetable garden. I can't clear it out so I can sit in the sun or any of those sort of things. I mean, it just limits what you can do.
Yeah. So, and that's because what you'd need to remove would need to remove the vegetation in order to be able to do those sorts of things.
Yes, you'd have to remove some of the native vegetation there. My place is a mixture of native and non-native, mostly native though, a lot of which I planted myself, maybe to my regret now. So if we want to do anything like that, or any future owner want to do something like that, they can't without getting permission from the council. And as I said, I don't see it's in the interest of the council to let us, having adopted this policy of looking after native vegetation, they'll let us do anything with it.
So, you've said that you want the SNA removed completely. Have you had a look in the plan as to where it is on your property? Is there is it shown at the extent of the vegetation is at the moment, or is that accurate, or what's your view?
It is. It goes right across the back half of my property, which is all vegetation. It's a mixture of native and non-native, but it's vegetation right across. So with a few gaps, right?
It's very clear. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Nothing further from me.
Thank you.
That it seemed to me, Mr. Fowler, reading your presentation, that the thing that was really exercising you was not so much that you might want to take the the vegetation out to do to undertake some other use of the land, but really because of the loss of the views of the inlet. Is that the case? Because the trees are getting too big?
Yeah, that is one of the things. We've lived there for 25 years, and obviously in the last 10 years we've had to trim the vegetation in order to maintain our views, because we bought this property on the basis of the views, and whilst we planted some of the plants and shrubs and that, we didn't expect them to grow quite as high as they did. So we'd get them trimmed every couple of years, and they all survive. And that's not all, and that's just some of them. There's part of our section has very mature manuka trees on. We don't touch those, despite our neighbours would like us to trim them for their views.
Yeah. Commissioner Williams?
No questions from me.
Pomari?
No questions from me either.
That's it from us, Mr. Fowler. Appreciate you taking the time to contribute to our discussions. As you will imagine, we've got a lot of input from a wide variety of points of view, and we understand exactly what you're saying and why you're saying it, and so we appreciate your contribution.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yep. Ms. Smith, are you there? Speak to me, Ms. Smith. Yep, looking positive. So far, so good. Hello? No, muted.
I'm here.
Wait for it. What's this?
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can indeed. Success.
Oh, I don't know why my headphones won't work. I've had hundreds of work meetings with them.
Ms. Smith, the hearing administrator passed on your request as to whether Mr. Warburton could accompany you. I don't have a problem with that.
That's good.
That hospital passes in his direction are just fine.
I'm not a planner, but I know a fair bit about planning, having lived with a planner for many years. But the technical stuff is beyond me a little bit sometimes. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Tukumaru tōku waka, ko Taranaki tōku manga, ko Waitara tōku awa.
no Taranaki au, ke titahi bai e noho ana, ko Robin Smith toko ingoa. Thank you for letting me present today. I've got rather a lot to do with Whitirai Park, and then some planning stuff to see how we get through. And please ask questions if you need to, of course. So Rob and I this morning were discussing the outstanding natural feature layer. There's a couple more things that I probably don't need to go through it all if you are happy with that, but there's a couple more things that I just need to make a point of about that layer. And that is that since it was initially assessed in 2018, there's been quite a few substantial changes to the park and that area. And one of them is that stock ceased grazing in 2010, which is just over 11 years ago. And that was because someone set fire to the whole park and put back its whole ecological restoration that was happening. But because of the fire, no one could afford to rebuild fences. And so they decided that they would change the management plan to encourage natural restoration. And our restoration group, Whitirai Park, had started back in 2005. Some of our plantings were burned in that fire, and we replanted. But so we've been making quite a lot of progress since that fire in bringing back seed sources into the park, as have the regional council spent quite a bit of money replanting gullies as well. So since that change of no grazing, the natural hydrological and vegetation patterns have appeared in that area that we're talking about for the outstanding natural feature layer to be added. I was absolutely blown away a few years after the fire and the stocks ceased to graze, just how much vegetation was just existing there and not being seen. It was just existing almost underground, because it used to be grazed to an inch of its life, really. And then it's come away, and it's looking fabulous, and it's just getting more and more fabulous as time goes on. Some of the Radio New Zealand structures have also been removed, so they've pulled back to one aerial. There used to be 3 in the park. There's now only one main aerial. It's quite a feature in our landscape. But Radio New Zealand are quite happy for most of their land to be included in the outstanding natural feature layer now, excuse me, except for just areas immediately around their buildings, structures. And the restoration planting that's been happening in that area also has contributed to that layer as well. One of the main points I'd also like to make is that by including that area, it's used as an educational resource, as Rob said, as well as it has natural values, but it shows the formation of a stream, and that stream continues unabated all the way down the valley as it gets steeper, and then comes out into a gorgeous little estuary at the bottom, which is an estuary within Porirua Harbour. And so it just shows that whole continuous process. And we do a lot of education on Facebook. We have 485 people that regularly look at our Facebook page, and I do a lot of translating from science into lay person's language on that Facebook page, so that people actually understand what's going on and what we are doing in the park. We do all our work is approved by the Whitirai Park Board, which is 50% Ngāti Toa and 50% regional councillors. So I think on page 5 of my presentation, I show you a photo of Fig 1, natural contours of the Radio New Zealand land. And although there's been some mowing, unfortunately, which is going to stop apparently this year, the landforms have been totally unchanged in that area, so they're quite natural. They're soft and gentle, and they're a stark contrast with the dramatic sort of escarpment that's just over the other side of the road. I'm really quite upset that area wasn't included in a more recent study by Ms. Armstrong. I think it should have been. I don't see that it would detract at all from the overall layer of the that covers all of the rest of the park. And as I say, it shows that whole continuum of how water forms into streams. It's really quite interesting. So have you got any questions about that side of things?
I think we should probably go all the way through your presentation, Ms. Smith, and then we'll ask you questions and just work through it, back through it.
You think we'll get all the way through it?
Yeah. Well, I think we want to hear everything you want to tell us about your presentation. We've managed to crib some extra time for you, so we're not time. When we get to time, when we get to the stage of being time sensitive, I'll tell you.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So we've looked at the significant natural areas. Have you got a map up there showing these areas?
We've got your maps open in front of us.
Oh,
And,
gosh, your
and
sound
I have Mr. Goldwater's maps of the SNAs that are attached to his evidence.
Right. Yeah. I'm just looking at the proposed district plan map on my screen, and so there's significant area 134 is the southern end of the Onipoto stream catchment, which starts in those headwater seeps that I was talking about just before for the outstanding natural features layer. So 134 is Mr. Goldwater suggested that it should be reduced in area, and I don't think that should happen because no one has submitted that it should be, and also that it's regenerating really well, even though there's still gorse present on the spurs in the gullies. The vegetation's doing really well. It can be seen from across the road on State Highway 1, across the harbour, on State Highway 1. It's looking really good. It's going really well, and I don't think there's any real reason to reduce that in size. It's the mahoe is starting to become more dominant through the gorse, which is what happens. That area was hit by the fire. The spurs were, but the gullies very luckily weren't. So the seed source remains for those gullies to continue to improve. There's also quite a lot of areas that have been planted that aren't shown in that SNA, but I didn't put that in my submission previously, sorry. But they're sort of they're just north of the final extent of what's showing on these maps. So you'll see my diagram that's got yellow, map 4 on page 7. Even more than that, there is areas that Regional Council have planted which don't show up terribly well on an aerial photo, and you won't see them from a track because there's gorse. They're surrounded by gorse, but in between there they're doing really well. Mr. Goldwater's has included some extra areas between 138 and 134, SNAs 138 and 134 in the golf club area. The golf club actually came to the Whitireia Park group recently to ask if we could give them a hand with replanting all that stream margin. So we're really happy to do that. We had suggested it about 10 years ago, but the regime has changed now, and they really want to do the right thing. So so that's pretty awesome. And so that connectivity is so important through that middle bit. The stream is contiguous. There's a very small area at the bottom of the existing extent of SNA 138 that's piped, but it's only a very, very small area. And I went and checked the culverts. They're not perched at all. So fish passage is fine. I just think it just makes so much sense to join those two together and have that whole catchment, that whole stream catchment margins protected from anything. Also, I think that it would also help protect, because at the moment the mowing goes right up to the edges of the stream in the golf club. So by us having the margins protected from mowing and planting them with the golf club, that'll also reduce the amount of nutrients and any insecticides that they use on the greens, because I think they all golf clubs use those. And so that will make the pretty clean water that goes through that whole catchment there even cleaner.
Ms. Smith, can I just ask a question on relation to that? In map 4 on your page 7 of your evidence there, that yellow area that you've marked out there is the bit in your submission about the extension. Can I just confirm is that the part also where you're referring to the agreement with the golf club to be planted?
Yes.
The same areas.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, about half of that, the lower half of that yellow bit is already vegetated.
Mm-hmm.
It's the top half of it that's fairly clean. There's a few little areas that Mr. Goldwater, sorry, yep. Mr. Goldwater identified. But there's a couple of some area that is just mown right up to the stream, but that's where they want to replant the whole of the margins. So I'm really pleased about that.
And what width of planting of the golf club happy with?
We haven't discussed that yet, but none of those areas are anywhere near their greens. So I think that they'll probably go for 10 metres, but maybe initially 5. But I think 10 metres would be much better if we can get that.
While I've interrupted you, can you take me, you've got a map of the golf course.
Yes.
Can you, in your Appendix B, I found.
A little bit further on, isn't it?
Yes, like a lot further on.
What page is it?
19, I think.
Oh, there we are, page
yes.
Catchment B.
Page 19.
Yes.
Where does the stream lie in relation to the golf course? Can you put that up on the screen and point that out to me, please?
Let's share my screen. Share screen, there we go. Just whether I'm going to share the right screen. I've got two up. Is that sharing at all?
Not yet.
Oh, there we go. Share screen 2. Can you see that now?
Just give it a couple of ticks. Normally it takes a little moment.
Oh.
Yes, signs of progress.
Awesome. Well.
Yep.
So in that diagram, the little point, the point of the yellow line,
Yeah.
and it's got green number 4.
Yep.
That about there. Oh no, hang on, sorry, it's there. Yeah. So the stream comes down here, and then it goes all the way down here to this part here. So this is where it's vegetated from here, this part here. Can you see my cursor okay?
Do you think you could share the map that's on page 19 of your evidence? Because I'm interested to see where it is in relation to the golf course, and you've got a helpful layout of the golf course on your attachment B.
Oh, okay, it might take me a minute. Sorry, I just have to go to my present because I'm reading mine offline. Should be there in a tick. Now I've got to work it.
Just a suggestion, would it be easier if Robin pointed out the greens on map 4?
Well, that might be the alternative. Yeah. Let's try that.
They're fairly obvious.
What was that?
Just go back to map 4 on page 7.
Oh, my sound's breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Oh. I'm just getting there on the. No. Oh, goodness. It's taking too long, isn't it? Oh, there we go. Now I'll bring this over to my other screen. You see that?
Yep.
Oh, good. Phew. Oh, okay, so the stream comes down.
Do you think you could expand it a little? It's
Yep.
Yep, that's good now.
So the stream comes down to here, through there. Can you see my cursor okay?
Yes.
Good. Down there. Down there. And down there. Down there, sorry. Down there. So it's right on the margin of the golf club. It comes, yeah, actually, sorry, it comes down there. And
Stream essentially crosses between green number 1 and green number 4.
That's right, yeah.
And then it follows, more or less follows the boundary between
down
the
here
golf club and the existing ONF 003.
Yep, gotcha. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Sorry. Is that all right? Okay, get rid of that. So that was sort of discussing that, combining that 134 and 138. This one over here is also called 134 because it was unlabeled in the first instance. So I think that should be called something else, because I think all this should be 138. Oh, this one can be 134, I suppose. What am I up to? Oh, the land east, map 6. Map 6.
Sorry, Miss.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms.
Sorry.
Smith, before you embark on that, please may I ask a question, since we're on Porirua. I just briefly want to go back to look at the ONFL overlay, because I think in your early description, I think you might have stated the case yourself, where you said that the area of land involving the golf course and the Radio New Zealand land is in stark contrast with the dramatic landscape across the road. And I think I entirely agree with you that what you've discussed is actually the definition, if you like, of the boundary of the outstanding and natural landscape or feature, which has been set on the edge of the coastal escarpment. And I don't think it's worthwhile necessarily going into that anymore, because we discussed that quite a lot this morning. But what I do want to ask is, does the Radio New Zealand land and the golf course land fall within the Porirua Park boundary? So are they collectively, are they all part of the Porirua Park and the park management plan, or are they separate areas of land?
No, they're all part of the management plan. Yeah.
So, and I appreciate your efforts and the collective group efforts in terms of maintaining and protecting and enhancing Indigenous biodiversity within that area. But is there some other mechanism that can perform that operation? For example, the Porirua Parks management plan, or golf course management plan? I mean, potentially, perhaps until the biodiversity values have increased sufficiently for it to be a larger section of the land to be looked at in some future time as a collectively as an SNA. So is there some other management tool that you can think of that might more effectively, protect and manage the collection of areas and riparian sort of zones within that area?
I think at the moment it's zoned open space, which protects it to a certain degree, but I don't see what the problem is with this being included, because it hasn't even been assessed since 2018. Miss Armstrong didn't assess it as part of her evidence, which she admitted in writing. And so we looked at the criteria in the regional plan about how you should assess an area, and so that's that attachment A. And because we've been working here for such a long time, we know this place like the back of our hands, and so we assessed it against those criteria, and we think that it actually fits that zone, and that zone would protect it until such time that it regenerates into an SNA as a whole.
I understand that, and I understand that the boundary was not reassessed in Smith's most recent look at the site. However, we have had expert opinion on whether or not it would have been included. And as I said, we were given very strong directive that the boundary is defined by the top of the coastal escarpment. But leaving that aside, I'm just keen to see if if the golf course, for example, if they are keen to be involved and they wish to work with you and with the group in terms of improving biodiversity, are there some tools within that outside the district plan that would further your cause?
I'm not really sure. One of the documents I came across when we were looking at the assessment was the original management plan of the park, and it actually says that of note, and this was done by Boffin Miskell back in 1978, The topographic feature of the Porirua Park is the internal valley, which extends north of Te Poto Bay. It goes on to describe how the valley is divided into a Y shape at the RNZ boundary, with one branch heading towards Onehunga Bay and the other just north of the RNZ facility. The valley dissection is clearly visible from many areas in the park to the north and east. So it's it was identified as a significant area in terms of landscape way back in 1978. And it is in complete contrast to the dramatic sort of escarpment, but it shows the divide of that geological form. It's really interesting.
Okay, well, thank you. I don't think I can pursue that any further. Thank you very much for that response.
Thanks.
So we were talking about these.
Mr. Chair, can I just have a brief?
Yes.
Very quickly. If attachment B, back on page 19, the area that Robin's talking about that she thinks should be included is highlighted in yellow.
Yes.
So none of that land actually is occupied by the golf course.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah.
It belongs to Radio New Zealand. Radio New Zealand are happy for it to be included. The golf course doesn't use it, and so I just wanted to clarify that point, because I think Commissioner Williams suggested that that the golf course was somehow involved in that ONFL land, or the proposed ONFL land.
Thank you for that. No, that's not what I was suggesting. I was merely saying if the intention is about increasing biodiversity values, that there might be some other mechanisms to manage and protect those, as opposed to using the outstanding natural landscape feature, which is a different mechanism that now identifies a different set of values.
But let's leave the ONFL aside for the moment. And Ms. Smith, you were talking to us about the SNA. I think it's important that you take us through each of these SNAs and tell us the reason, talk us through the reasons for your views.
Okay, cool. The SNA, I think we're up to SNA 135.
Yep.
This one here. I agree with Mr. Goldsworth that there is Goldwater, sorry, that there is a lot of gorse on these spurs as well. But I don't think the whole SNA should be deleted, because no one has submitted to that it should be. And also this area, these gullies were all missed by the fire. Actually, that whole area was missed by the fire, sorry. Yeah, the fire came to about here. And those gullies have been regenerating for a very long time. Cattle, even when the place was grazed, didn't get into those areas there at all. And so in those gullies are actually quite big trees. They're incredibly hard to see, and I think that's possibly why Mr. Goldwater didn't see them very well. They're quite hard to get to because of all the gorse that's in the way. You can't walk in there actually anymore. Before the fire, you could. So I'd really like this area to be retained, and also it's contiguous with this SNA 137, which is wrongly mapped here. This is actually the correct 137 here. The label was wrong on the map here. And because, again, the seed source is here, this is starting to regenerate quite well. It's actually quite sheltered from the prevailing northwesterlies. And I just think that there's absolutely no need to reduce that size. 136, SNA 136 is the remnant bush. This used to be the only remnant bush virtually on the whole place. And luckily the firefighters saved it from the fire. the fire actually started down here and went this way, thank goodness. This is a lovely piece of bush, and this was our first planting area in here, and what we did, we had intent was to join the bush and that valley associated with it to the sea, and we've done that by restoring all the dunes down here, planting a wetland in this wet area here, and it's regenerated so beautifully that fernbird were heard in there last year, which is quite amazing. This area here that Mr. Goldwater wants to keep out is also planted, but it's just not quite as thick as this area here that we planted. So we do believe that that should be included as well, because more than 50% coverage. Oh, am I not sharing my screen?
No.
No,
Sorry.
you're pointing out something. But I think we've got the drift.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gesticulating away on the map.
No, we could follow as you were talking, because we have the hard copy maps in front of us.
Would I be able to get my screen shared though?
Oh yes, if you.
Oh, well, I have to be allowed to do it. So.
Oh yeah.
There we go. It should be coming up hopefully. Is that okay? Can you see that?
Yep.
Sorry. So this is this little patch here that Mr. Goldwater didn't want to include. He may not have had a look in there, but it's actually planted quite well. It's not quite as thick as the rest of the area that's been included, but there's more than 50%. If you take it as a whole, it's doing really well. The reason it's a bit behind is it used to be the stockyards, and so the soil was really compacted. It was like digging in concrete when we planted it, and that was a long time ago, but it's now taking off, so we'd really like that area included as well. 137 used to be contiguous with 139, and so we suggested that it be separated, and Mr. Goldwater sensibly took this piece out here, which is just basically road. So we agree with that, so we don't need to dwell on that. 139, this is the coastal escarpment. This is really high value area. We're really pleased that our Leptonella nana has been included now in the description, because it's nationally critical, which is one step away from extinction, and it just won New Zealand's favourite plant of the year. And there's a few little errors that I think Mr. Goldwater said he was happy to fix up with names of plants and skinks and things along this escarpment. This is we do a lot of work along this escarpment in terms of high intensity predator control and monitoring of lizards and planting, bringing back missing species, because it all used to be grazed as well, despite the steepness of the slope. So what else have we got? Oh, Stewart Park wetland. We're very pleased that they've amended the boundary on the Stewart Park wetland. I've found some good species in there, even though it's tiny. It's going to take a while to get to that one. And the transmitter gully SNA, which is, sorry, this one here. This is an inclusion that I suggested. It didn't have a description, which it does now, and we're very happy with that. That runs down to Titahi Bay underground and out down here. Also support Mr. Goldwater's recommendation about SNA 027 to amend the SNA boundary there, provided the large NIO is retained. Same with Rangi's Bush. Taupo Swamp West. So we're very pleased that these be identified and scheduled as SNAs outside of Clinton Farm Development. Just trying to get there. I think that's on page. And Topo Swamp West. I have quite a lot of knowledge about this wetland because it's a QE2 covenant, and I used to work for QE2 and visited this site on several occasions. Topo Swamp West is this piece here. Really should be accurately mapped. It's an extremely important arm of the Topo Swamp, despite the fact that the main railway goes through here. It is hydrologically connected. The culvert is not at the bottom, at the lowest point. It's actually more further up here. I can't quite remember where it is, but it's much more further up. And therefore, when the water collects down here, it's got nowhere to go and it's embayed. And so it means that there's very few weeds in it because the water's too deep, and it's got a lot of very special wetland plants in there. So even though it's small, it's incredibly important that that is kept as an SNA, and it is part of the swamp. Any questions about my, is Mr. Goldwater there, or is he going to say anything about my?
Don't think so. I think he is listening patiently.
Yes, I'm here.
I won't invite him to comment.
I'm really happy to site with him if he.
That's the end of your evidence or statement, and then there's the attached summary of submission points. I think the summary of, well, tell me, the summary of submission points is very detailed, but I've marked a few things to ask some questions about it. Maybe you want to pass those off to Mr. Warburton. But let's just check and make sure there are no questions about the first initial statement before we go on to this.
No, nothing.
None from
That clears it up.
Well, in that case, we'll go to the attached submission point. The point-by-point commentary. Can I just say, it's very helpful to have this level of detail in this format because you know exactly what submission you're referring to and what aspect of the 42A report you're responding to. Can I go first to paragraph 21 and invite you to respond to the 42A author's comment that effectively pricing their position as I understood it, it is that management of wetlands is a regional council responsibility, although to the extent that a wetland has terrestrial vegetation, the City Council also has a role, but that fundamentally, so for instance, you're referring at page 21 to the PNRP recognition of Taupo Swamp Complex as an outstanding natural wetland, and so the question is one of jurisdiction. To what extent do you suggest that the City Council has jurisdiction and that the biodiversity provisions can therefore be legitimately cover management of wetlands?
Well, policy 39 of the proposed natural resource plan is that because Taupo Swamp has outstanding values, adverse effects on that water body should be avoided. And wetlands are completely affected by what happens in the catchment. And so any any earthworks or development in a catchment that requires earthworks will result in sediment coming down into the Taupo swamp, because it's the receiving environment, and then also after that, ultimately the Porirua harbour as well. So that the catchments all up there are very short and sharp in that whole catchment, and therefore it flushes really quickly, and it flushes with a lot of water, and it scours the stream out that goes through Taupo swamp, which is a very sensitive and an important stream, and with outstanding values as well. So, so that we think that the rules should be applied to outside of these outstanding natural water bodies, because that's what policy 39 says, is that, you know, the adverse effects should be avoided, and the council has the ability to grant consents outside of the water bodies, so therefore they should be subject to the rules as well.
Well, yes. I think the point might be, though, that the policies in the PNRP, because that the control of those activities is a regional council function, because it's related to water quality in the wetland.
It also is district council's responsibility as well. It's not just regional council. Brian, do you want to say something on
water quality?
For water quality, can you point me to where Section 31 refers to City Council having a responsibility in relation to water quality?
Perhaps I could help there. Section 31 specifically refers to a district council function being the management of effects of the use of land. Sediment discharge is a direct effect from the use of land. Therefore, it's a district council function.
That's at the margin of, Mr. Warburton, that's at the margin of regional and district roles, but the regional council's got the primary function of managing effects, use of land effects on water quality, doesn't it?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Section 31 to me is quite clear. The district council has as a function managing the adverse effects from the use of land. And that it's not necessarily just sediment. Residential development results in hard surfacing that changes the hydraulic regime. So residential buildings is within the purvey of the district council to manage. But those residential buildings and the associated hard surfacing have an effect on the hydrology of a catchment. That is a direct effect from the use of land, and therefore a council function.
So I'm thinking that but it's the regional plan that controls stormwater runoff.
Well, there's other things that the district council can control too, which is like cats and subdivisions, all sorts of, you know, what gets planted, what doesn't, all sorts of rules around those sort of things as well.
Okay, well, probably no point in taking that any further. Understand with your combined position. Number of places in this commentary you say the panel should accept the submission point as there's no submission or evidence to the contrary. There's no expert evidence to support the submission either. So where does it take us? That, from my point of view, if we're going to change the notified plan, we need a Section 32 analysis, and we need the evidential material to populate that Section 32 analysis. And so where are we getting it from? That's
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, but I think if you take that argument to its logical conclusion, you're more or less saying that there's no point in a layperson making a submission. Because for that submission to have any weight, from your perspective, it needs to be backed up by expert evidence. Isn't that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying that we have to undertake a Section 32 analysis. So I'm saying, where is the evidence to support that? It might not necessarily be expert evidence. I take your point that there are some things that a layperson can legitimately give evidence to provide an input into, but the point I'm picking up is saying, well, if saying that there's no submissions or evidence to contradict a submission, it's only half the story. Is there an evidential framework to support the submission?
I've been working in the conservation biology for 26 years, but I'm not allowed to be my own expert. I don't understand this process and what I say, and considering I've been working in this landscape, I'm talking about Porirua, for over 20 years, that surely my evidence, technically not allowed to be an expert, but surely, God, my evidence is expert, I find this whole process quite strange. How am I supposed to go and afford to buy someone's evidence? I don't need someone else to say that, because I know what I'm talking about. I've got the background and the experience and the local knowledge.
All right, I hear what you say. Thank you.
As has Brian, in terms of planning. 30 years of planning with the Resource Management Act, given him considerable expertise. But, if we were to go and get a planner to be an expert for him, they wouldn't know as much as what he does.
Or maybe not as much.
I'd like to take that into account, that, we're very experienced people in our field.
Going to page 33, just talking about removing references to the qualifier where possible. The logical consequence of that is that you're saying that these effects should be avoided even when that's not possible. Is that what you mean?
Why isn't it possible?
Well, as I say, you're saying don't say where possible and qualify the policy. Mm-hmm. If you just say avoid adverse effects, what that then means is even when that is not possible, because if you're not saying that, then having where possible makes no difference. But I'm trying to understand, are you saying that even when it is not physically possible to avoid an effect, that should still happen?
How is it not physically possible to avoid an effect, though? I think all effects can be avoided on top of swamp and should be avoided. because it's an outstanding natural wetland, or whatever you want to call it, the terminology. There's 2.3% of wetlands left in the Wellington region. It's an appalling indictment on all of us and planning that this has come to this. We're digging our own graves here. And so I take a very hard line when it comes to our remaining wetlands, that they should not be adversely affected, as does the proposed natural resource plan.
But my point is that if, as you say, the effects it is possible to avoid the effects, then a policy that says avoid where possible will achieve the same result. I don't understand why you want to take out the words where possible. That is what I'm getting at.
I think because, we can't, so we won't. But we won't even try, It's a bit namby-pamby. It's allowing something, isn't it, that if it's just avoid, that's real strong. Where possible, sorry, we couldn't do it. But they can. They can keep the effects on site. There has to be a way to keep effects on site of a development. It just means digging a bigger sediment pond than is required, or it means making sure that your earthworks is all done in dry times rather than wet times. There's where possible, just is an outlet for doing something that shouldn't happen, I think.
Page 38, Ms. Smith. Do you think there should be any permitted activities within SNAs, and if so, what should they be?
Well, that's a hard question. Permitted activities should be health and safety pruning, can be health and safety pruning. But apart from that, I think that everything should be looked at very, very carefully. Again, in the Porirua area, we have very little biodiversity remaining, and most of it's on public land. I think these rules are written so that people don't need to get resource consent to put a track in, whereas I really think they should, because there are effects from putting a track in. And we've seen that up on Porirua Scenic Preserve, where there's an invasion of pest plants along the track edges. And no one's doing anything about it because it's all about recreation and not biodiversity. We have so little left in Porirua. Everything deserves, there should be no more loss. Absolutely no more loss. I think it's about time people got a bit tough about it. It's always a compromise. And you know what's always compromised? Biodiversity. Always.
Page 54, Ms. Smith. I'm interested in the concept of controlling activities adjacent or near an SAL or ONFL.
Yep.
How do you go about drafting a rule that, because that's at the sharp end. I understand the concept, but at the sharp end of drafting a rule to control activities, what does it need to cover? How would you actually frame it?
Yeah, it needs to be taken into account. The landscape values need to be taken into account when you're doing a resource consent for something adjacent to one of these areas. Just needs to be on the list of things to look at on a case-by-case basis.
Is it adjacent in the sense of being actually next to, or is it near?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure someone better than me can work that one out, but it's where I guess it means where that will have an impact on the values that you're protecting, isn't it? So if you're protecting a skyline or something, then if impact is going to be on something that impacts on the skyline, then that needs to be looked at very carefully. I think it just needs to go on the list as a consideration when someone's applying to do something that's near that may affect it. So you go and take a look. Is this going to impact on these values?
And the last question I had for you, Ms. Smith, is on page 56. As you've identified, the plan amalgamates consideration of O&Ls and O&Fs.
Oh, yes.
And we asked Ms. Rackland, who was the 42A reporting officer, why that was, and the answer was because the policy regime is no different, so there's no point in separating them. So what do you say is the value in separating O&Ls from O&Fs?
Just so people know what they're dealing with, I guess. If there's a definition for each one, because outstanding natural features may not be as big as outstanding natural landscapes may. I don't know. It comes down to when you're dealing with the previous question you asked about what are the effects on this. You need to know what you're looking at, and it needs to be well defined.
Well, it needs to be well defined spatially, and the values need to be defined. But whether we call it a landscape or a feature, does that matter?
I don't know. You got any opinion on that, Brian?
Well, my feeling it wouldn't matter, certainly to a landscape architect, because the landscape architect will surely be approaching an ONF, an assessment of an activity capable of affecting an ONF. They'd approach that differently from if they were assessing an ONF. I can't see the difficulty with this. I can't see why there was not support for this actual submission point. Just because policy 26 of the RPS doesn't say you have to, doesn't mean you can't. And Robin's right. I think it would be a useful it would be useful if there was a differentiation, just so plan users knew what the difference is.
Okay, that's all I had, Commissioner Sinclair.
Hi, could I take page 73, please, of the detailed notes? I was just looking at the and the first submitter's response there, that it's the classification is that earthworks within 20 metres of a natural wetland be non-complying, that wasn't a correct articulation of what was in the submission point. You're saying rather that there's a new standard. I just wanted to understand, you're looking to add a new standard to it. So what is the standard you're seeking? I just want to clarify that.
It's in the red text just above,
right,
under the heading outcome.
Earthworks within natural riparian wetland. The earthworks are not undertaken within 20 metres of the perimeter of a natural riparian wetland.
Right. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, but I think the chair has asked the question that I was going to ask.
Commissioner Mara?
Tēnā koe, Ms. Smith. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe i tēnei rā, mō tō kaha, mō tō tautoko ki tēnei kaupapa nui, mō tātou katoa me te taihao. Nā reira, tēnā koe. O te rā ki a koe, Mr. Warburton, tēnā kōrua. All of my questions have been traversed and well answered by both of you during the course of this very long, I'm sure, and intense session for us all. But I have no further questions for you. I did just want to acknowledge, though, all the work and effort that you have obviously been putting into your work as part of the Whitireia Restoration Group. I'm sure, you know, we all appreciate it, those of us who are part of this community in Porirua, but also I think on a regional and even a national front. This is exceptionally important work that you're doing in preserving our biodiversity, and we do appreciate it and all the work that's gone into producing your submissions for this hearing. Nā reira, tēnā kōrua.
Thank you very much for you both. Can I just re-emphasise how helpful it is for you to give us a commentary on the submission as well as the overall comments, because while we can fly at a higher level, as I hope my questions have demonstrated, we're also trying to get to grips with what do the words need to say, though at the nitty-gritty level. So as really appreciate you taking that time to put in that amount of work in your submission. Thank you both. Look forward to stream 3.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll adjourn and be back at 3:30. I suppose the flag's at half mast because of Kath Tizard's death. First up is the Judge for the Environmental Protection Society. She on the air? Ms. Blake, are you there? Speak to us, please. On mute. You're on mute.
Oh, goodness. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, you can hear me. Great. Good afternoon. My name's Jenny Blake, and I wish to speak to you in two capacities today. Firstly, as the chairperson of the Judgeford Environmental Protection Society, where the only points that we wish to make with you are that our submission we know you will have read, and so you can take as read. However, we wish to express the concern that the fracturing of multiple concerns across multiple hearing streams makes it difficult to develop a coherent response to what we see as multiple issues of the environment in Judgeford. So we would request that there's some latitude in the mining and extraction discussion to talk about the SNA issues as they are pertinent to SNA 160, Murphy's Road Bush. That's basically that submission. Are there any questions?
So are you saying that you want to come back in, that'll be in stream 5, I suspect. I haven't only but the stream we're dealing with rural matters, and you want to be able to address the interrelationship with SNAs or that particular SNA. Can you give me that number again, please?
SNA 160 Murphy's Road Bush.
So I think that what I should ask you to do, Ms. Blake, is that I think you need to tell us the essence of your position in relation to that SNA, because the 42A report is going to, 42A author is going to reply to us at the end of this hearing. And as far as the council team is concerned, that is the end of the discussion on SNAs. If the SNA is relevant to the rural zone, then yes, of course, we'll pick it up in stream 5, but I think you need to tell us the essence of the society's position in relation to that SNA. Are you concerned that it's too large, it's not large enough, doesn't correctly state the values? What is the issue in relation to the SNA?
I think then it's probably reasonable for me to put my personal position, which I think encompasses a large amount of the concerns for local residents about SNA 160, and then you can draw from that a conclusion as to where the position of the society is based on that. Is that reasonable?
Happy with that, Ms. Blake?
Okay. So from there, my concern is how the proposed district plan will protect this significant natural area and or any QE2 trust bush, specifically Murphy's Road Bush SNA 160 and an area of QE2 trust covenanted bush at 294 Murphy's Road, given the close proximity to a newly established temporary quarry. It's my understanding that the intention of one proposition in the proposed district plan is to enable new mining and extraction as a permitted activity in Porirua City. In this matter, it's difficult to discuss the significant natural areas and nuisance issues which may affect them separately. And in this matter, the division of the hearing streams has made my submission about Murphy's Road Bush SNA 160 and protections of that and QE2 trust covenanted bush more complex. To clarify my concerns, there is a covenanted bush at 294 Murphy's Road. Now, this part of my submission responds in part to Nick Goldwater's Wildlands report, where there are some stated values of distances between the nuisance activities and these natural areas. The dwelling at 294 Murphy's Road is stated to be 550 metres from the site of a quarry, and the boundary of that QE2 trust covenanted bush is directly beside this property. In an ACOM Assessment Noise and Vibration Effects Report, page 6, revision E on the 7th of August 2018, ACOM states that for 294 Murphy's Road at a distance of 550 metres, vibration is predicted to be less than 4 millimetres per second ppb. It goes on to state that this is likely to be perceptible, but is below the minimum guideline value for cosmetic damage to residential properties. I would like to explain to you now how I believe perceptible is working in practice. So in anecdotal evidence of what is considered to be a perceptible vibration, I can confirm that I have been present at my property at 227 Murphy's Road during most blast events created at Willowbank as a temporary quarry. My own property has approximately 3 acres of SNA 160 on it. My dwelling is documented as being 720 metres from the access track to the quarry and is around 200 metres, and the dwelling is around 200 metres further away from the quarry than SNA 160, which is on my property. During one blast event, I was jolted forward off my lazy boy. On another blast event, there was a significant vibration at my property, and I heard and reported a large tree falling in the distance. These concerns and reports have gone to Darren Nutting of the HEB CPB joint venture, to Greater Wellington Regional Council, and to Porirua City Council. Subsequent to my reporting these concerns for the safety of the significant natural area, there has been a significant change to the pattern of blasting which was undertaken. A new quarry manager was employed who had a more extensive explosives background of having blasted underneath houses in Waihi. However, I am concerned that there is no guarantee as to the background and capability of anyone employed in any new extraction and mining area which may be established under the proposed district plan, and no consequent guarantee that any vibrations such as I have experienced will not significantly destabilise SNA 160, which is a highly sensitive bush area on very erosion-prone slopes. Despite the stated distances documented in the Wildlands report, I would request that you, the commissioners, require Porirua City Council officers to provide you with a map of SNA areas, annotate, and also QE2 trust bush, annotated with SNA numbers and relevant QE2 numbers, overlaid with any proposed mining and extractive industry areas. Any such map should include clear distance scales between these significant natural areas and any proposed extraction site or quarry. I'm asking for this because it would appear that no such map is made available in any of the technical officer's reports, nor in the report of Wildlands, nor available through Porirua City Council on websites. I would also ask how it is that Wildlands has visited only 266 Murphy's Road in 2018, and this is sufficient to enable effective identification for Porirua City Council of any regionally significant fauna in the entire SNA 160 area. This is of particular concern as in the latter part of 2018, the Willowbank Quarry Access Track was established. Access track development was recorded in the assessment of environmental effects for the resource consent accepted by Council as being a very high decibel rating temporary noise nuisance, which would take around 15 weeks, but which actually took 9 months. It is clear to me that high decibel noise values above those reasonably assumed from standard haulage activity has already taken a toll on bird life and other fauna in the Murphy's Road SNA 160. It is of concern that no full environmental assessment was undertaken of a bush that the council has deemed to be so significant. Wildlands comment that a desktop analysis using aerial imagery and roadside vantage point surveys, where it is possible, were undertaken for 12 additional properties where access was not granted by the landowner, precedes the comment that between a half an hour and 5 hours was spent on each property during a site visit. In my view, Nick Goldwater's comment that there was some reliance upon ecological reports provided by the landowners suggests to me that this evidence for the SNA 160 is flawed. The data has been skewed towards establishing significant natural area boundaries for the purpose of those wishing to identify and or mitigate the extent of SNA covenants on their land title. This concern is not the case for many of the Murphy's Road Bush SNA landowners, as most of these owners are highly supportive of environmental protection and did not request site visits consequent to accepting that burden of covenant on their title. However, it's clear that the original levels of fauna in the district and the impact of temporary mining and extraction industry are being guesstimated to a large degree in the report submitted by Porirua City Council. The residents of Murphy's Road note a distinct decrease in bird life subsequent to the range of activities that are part and parcel of the mining and extraction which borders SNA 160. Most residents are of the view that the fauna in this area has suffered hugely subsequent to the permission of the temporary discretionary activity. The nuisances which they need to protect SNA 160 from include vibration in particular, noise, but also dust emanating from the access track trucks hauling their loads. I would ask you to direct Porirua City Council to allow our landowners of SNA 160 to be able to protect this area by giving them the rights necessary to do so, and further, do not burden us with having SNA 160 on our titles unless we are given the rights necessary to prevent what we see as significant impact upon this area, courtesy of the mining and extraction industries beside it. That's effectively my submission.
Can I just ask you to clarify, when you're talking about a suggestion we should direct the council to give landowners rights, what rights are you talking about?
I would like to see a recommendation from you that if mining and extraction is permitted within what would be considered a reverse sensitivity type option, that if it's reasonable for a mining and extraction industry to identify land holdings and put reverse sensitivity on those titles, then that should apply in reverse to those people with an SNA on their title. Otherwise, we are being put in the position of protecting or attempting to protect and nurture an environmental area which is going to sustain ongoing damage. No win position.
I'm afraid I don't really understand. When you're saying a reverse sensitivity in reverse that would apply to the people with SNAs on their land, what would that involve?
I would think that a buffer zone around an SNA would not be unreasonable. That any industry which we know has significant nuisance attached to it would be required to either avoid that area or so much mitigation, and I'm not actually clear how it could possibly work in practice to mitigate.
But how big would such a buffer be, and what would the relevant nuisance effects be? Like you said, vibration, but what are the before I sorry, I should have said at the outset that one of the features of this process is we don't have to recommend to council because we're making the decisions. But with that freedom of action comes the necessity to figure out what it is exactly we need to decide. So how big a buffer are we talking about, and what would this, what are you suggesting that the standard should be within that buffer?
I believe that the buffer for 160 definitely would incorporate my property at the bottom, because I know I have heard trees falling. And this is why one of the recommendations I have is to be able to get a map of the SNA 160 in its entirety with distances to the current quarry activity, and then determine that there is nuisance effect from that, and then determine how big a distance that is in order to provide a safe buffer zone to protect that significant natural area. So I'm basically asking you to be able to request this, given that the information that has been made available seems to be lacking in this matter.
Okay, I understand that. I think.
Unfortunately, any of the quarry-related documents do not describe the distances between the SNA, which I find very sad. So that when we look at AEEs, they will talk about the distances to an access track, which, yes, that does create noise, there's no doubt. No doubt. And I'm absolutely convinced that that does have an effect on wildlife and bird life. Just the haulage activity in itself. I've read Nick Goldwater's report, and in that matter, I know he is saying that he's had 23 years of experience. However, I have lived in this area on this property for 16 years, and I can attest to the significant decline in bird life consequent to the opening up of a quarry on that boundary. And I believe that it is in council's best interest, if we're going to look at protecting our environment, to start doing so.
And in terms of reduction in bird life, what species are we talking about?
All manner. So we can talk about kiraru, fantail, tui, all manner. We've usually got huge numbers of native birds in this area. My own property has been subtitled Fantail Ridge when we moved here, and for a number of years the fantail were incredibly depleted. The kiraru were almost non-existent. The tui, I haven't seen tui in quite some time. Now, I understand that there's been some comment when I made an inadvertent discussion with Nick Goldwater, not realising he was the person who mapped SNAs with a view to bringing him on board with our society to come and look at what's happening in this area, because we want an ecologist to do exactly what I'm asking for. He did make a comment that this could be to do with predation. However, I can also state that my husband's ex-pest destruction board, and I know that trapping, poisoning and shooting is still ongoing from most people around the SNA. So the likelihood of this being to a significant explosion of predatory species is very unlikely. I guess what I'm saying here is that we don't really have the data.
Commissioner Sinclair.
When you say that the SNAs are placed on your title, sorry,
yep.
Which part of the, I'm trying to understand, that's not my understanding of how it works, but is that referred to in the plan, district plan or something?
I'm not clear if it's referred to in the district plan, but I know in practice we have received a letter in our box stating that, you know, if we were unhappy with this, that we needed to opt out. I did look up my personal 227 Murphy's Road, trying to find a map of the SNA because I wanted to know where it goes to in its entirety. And I could find it anecdotally by popping in my address, under which I will find two designations. One states SNA 160 and the other states mining. It seems to me quite incongruous that I should have both.
One's to do with the SNA, but the one on mining is not to do with an SNA, is that correct?
That is correct. I would imagine that the mining one would relate to Porirua City Council having been advised that we were affected parties for purposes of the new consent, 35-year consent request that's going in by Fulton Hogan. And so this is why I am concerned that we are not talking a temporary activity when we are looking at protecting this SNA 160. We are talking about an activity that the applicant is stating will go for 35 years, 6 days a week, from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. And if we're looking solely at the truck haulage, the noise of that alone will be 90 truck movements per hour. Now, that's a significant noise on the boundary of an SNA for flora and fauna. Obviously, it's a significant issue for the human occupants, but that's something that we will discuss when, you know, the relevant district plan hearing stream is provided as an opportunity to do so. But this SNA, in my view, is at serious risk of being exposed to long-term nuisance if we can't provide some way of putting formal protections in that say that, you know what, bird life does expect to have a little bit of peace and quiet. So do potentially endangered lizards and skinks, which we know are in this area. But no formal mapping of the footprint in this SNA has been done other than an aerial desktop review. And in my view, that was insufficient. It is likely that that fauna is now reduced anyway, but it would be good to know at what position the health is of the bush now, so that we can actually have an ongoing measure ecologically of the impacts of any nuisance activity which does in the long term get permitted. And I don't personally believe that the residents should be paying for that. Personally, I think that should be a council documented process.
Ms. Blake, I've just pulled up the proposed district plan maps. It says says the zone of your land is the general rural zone.
That's correct.
And in fact, it looks like it's general rural zone over the entire SNA, and it identifies SNA 160. So I'm not sure. Can you give me anything more as to where the reference to mining might have come from?
On my particular property. So when I go into SNA 160, there is a legend on the right when I last looked there, which would probably have been a month ago, which defined that there's mining. I was surprised that it would be there. That's actually not what I really need to discuss today, however, but I do want to know that that SNA 160 should also show where it lies in relation to the quarry that is now called Willowbank Quarry, particularly given Willowbank Quarry has got a part of the new mining and extraction is to enable it to move 3.5 times its current footprint in a range of directions. So there will be a range of natural areas that are potentially affected.
Ms. Blake, can I just, Commissioner Sinclair here, can I just confirm that the proposal by the quarry, that's the subject of a resource consent that's processing through the council, through the consents?
That's correct.
Right. And then
there is currently one that's already been put, which is 5 years.
Yep.
That was based on the existing transmission gully, HEB CPB joint venture conditions, and we knew was going to be used as a placeholder for a longer term one at a public meeting of affected residents, which is effectively all of the properties up the upper end of Murphy's Road and around. Simon Dine, who's the national manager of Fulton Hogan, spoke to us about the intention to put a 35-year consent, as I have already explained, to the fullest extent of the RMA. And that is the concern I have for the CCNA.
Yep. So,
and what's the status of the 5-year consent application? Has the application been heard?
The application will be heard in conjunction with the 35-year consent, in conjunction with the Greater Wellington Regional Consent. So I'm sure you can imagine how all of these matters have combined as a tsunami of events to respond.
So, Ms. Blake, sorry, Commissioner Sinclair here again, just to confirm that the 5-year consent has for the quarry has already been granted, and
it's been lodged but not granted.
Lodged but not granted. So that's the 5-year consent. So what's the current quarry operating under then?
It is currently wound down and decommissioning, or meant to be.
Right.
So the activity is very limited. We understand that there is some activity that has gone on there prior to this, which is more around testing of the Greywacke rock for levels of argillite to see how effective that this area will be in terms of then definitely putting the 35-year consent. So there was some stuff there. At this time, my understanding from Derek Voss, who's the Porirua City Council consent officer, my understanding is that the 35-year consent was put to council. Council has gone back with an RFI, request for further information, about a range of technical matters because of the extent of this, and that it will be publicly notified as a bundled package with the 5-year and with Greater Wellington Regional Council consents by a commissioner. So
there's actually 2 consents that are being applied for, one for 5 years and one for 35 years? Is that
correct?
Okay.
Correct, and also Greater Wellington Regional.
Yeah. Okay. And then with in terms of the SNA boundaries as they are on your property at 237, in terms of, do you have any, apart from the buffering which you described before, do you have any issues of in relation to the SNA boundaries and where they are on your property?
Hello?
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 Sorry, I've just lost you.
Can you, have you got us back?
Hang on 1 second. My apologies. Could you say that last part again? I just lost your call.
So, yeah, the boundaries of the SNA as they're shown on your property, apart from the buffers which you referred to earlier, do you have any issues of where, in relation to your property, where the SNA boundary is shown?
I believe it's been accurately determined, if that's the question. I am concerned that the SNA itself is potentially fire risk if there's mining and extraction up above, because the likelihood of chemicals, etc., is, yeah, given climate change, that's potentially a long-term thing to consider. But no, I believe that the boundary appears to have been well determined, but I would like to know the health of the fauna in it. Now, I'll be completely clear in saying that when I've reported the falling tree and it was a loud crack and bang unmistakable, I was asked, have I walked the boundary to have a look? Now, that area is extremely steep and erosion prone. So the answer to that is a very categoric no, I don't. It's an area that I have never walked. My husband does from time to time to check it out, to look for predators, etc. But other than that, no. So I think that it would be appropriate to get the whole of the SNA 160 actually mapped for health of fauna and for what forest types we actually have and forest cover. And then we can go from there about how do we actually protect this. The only suggestion I have got is to put a buffer zone around them. But there may be other ways of doing this that I am unaware of, which is why I'm bringing this to you, because I believe that this area of forest is considered important. And if it is important, we need to do something to make that happen.
Have you had the opportunity to look at the description of the SNA 160 contained in the district plan?
It seemed very light on detail.
What sort of things do you think needs to be added?
I think, to my way of looking or thinking, it was an overview of a range of tree types, obviously done by aerial mapping. What it needs to have is, what is that actually home to? What's the habitat? What should we expect to find there if this is in a healthy state? What would we expect to be the first critical canary in the mine, if you like, showing that there's a problem? And if we look that that is now missing, then what do we do?
You said there was some QE2 covenanted land.
That's right.
Is that within the SNA?
No, that's a separate piece of bush even closer to the quarry site.
Right.
So closer to the quarry site, within 550 metres, which is why I'm taking exception to the distances which have been stated. Closer to the quarry site, we know that the dwelling at 294 is defined as 550 metres, and literally the QE2 covenanted bush starts at that boundary and has a sign on the front fence advising people that it's a covenanted trust area. I know that the owners of that property were overseas when all of the access track building and everything happened. They were away for about 2 years. When they came back, they were, and to be frank, they were signatories to the temporary activity on the basis that this would support Transmission Gully. So I need to be clear that that has been the case with a number of people. assuming that the health of this area would regenerate because this is a temporary activity. However, that's now no longer the case. When they've come back, they have absolutely been, what's happened to the state of the stream? It's brown. Where are the kiraroo? Where is the bird life? And I'm cynically thinking, unfortunately, that's what happens when a quarry gets built on your boundary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. It's Commissioner Williams here. I just want to check with you. You talked about reading Mr. Goldwater's report.
Yes.
Are you talking about the original Wildlands report or his evidence that was part of his presentation to this hearing on Friday?
Right.
I only make that comment because he discusses specifically in his evidence, is there any ecological evidence that nuisance values such as noise, dust or vibration from quarrying and mining activities in the vicinity of SNA have any effect on biodiversity values within SNA? Have you read that evidence?
I read his response to that, and that's what I'm disagreeing with. I appreciate that he's an expert ecologist, and I have no question about his expertise whatsoever. However, I have question about whether there has actually been any mapping of this ecology to actually see has there been any diminishing. As I've said, he would put this down to predation. I don't.
I understand.
I have read it, and I do disagree with it, simply because I've lived here 16 years, and I'm afraid what's changed? What has changed? If we're going to say that this has had no effect, and yet the neighbours can tell you that the bird life is gone, that it's very quiet in the area, the minute we came out of lockdown, where everything had been absolutely dead silent, and we actually finally got some birds back again, the minute we came out of that, we're back to almost devoid of bird life. Now, that's just birds. I'm not an expert ecologist as he is to go and look at the endangered skinks and lizards and the like.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Commissioner Papare, have you got any questions?
Kia ora, Ms. Blake. Thank you very much for your submission. I don't have many questions for you, just one of clarification. Did the council contact you directly and undertake any kind of site visit?
The council letter that was delivered to, I believe, affected residents, because obviously you only get the letter to you, so you're aware it's you. So the letter that we received basically said, if you've got a problem or you want to dispute it, get in touch. Now, we didn't want to dispute it. We wanted to support the ecology, so we did not. It didn't occur to me that I would need to do this to protect the area from an activity that was then going to be defined as discretionary and enabled on the boundary.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. So I take it then that you would be open and encouraging of a site visit from council ecologist to properly map out those boundaries and identify the particular ecological and biodiversity values associated with SNA 160. Would that be right?
Absolutely, although I think the point I made earlier is the relevant one, that I'm concerned that a lot of damage has already been done. So it's like we are, mapping it out after we've already removed a number of the things that should be having a nice, peaceful habitat.
I understand. No further questions from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blake. That's it from us. We appreciate your input. As I say, we will expect to hear from you again in Stream 5.
No doubt.
No doubt. And one last question. If if the consent process is current for the extension time, is currently with awaiting further information, presumably a hearing is out, well, do you have any sense as to when those applications are likely to be heard?
The last I had heard from Derek Boss was that they were hoping for a hearing to be early December, but that I think the most recent level 4 type lot, or level 3, whichever we went to, sorry guys, I lose track of this all running a retail business, has actually delayed the process somewhat. So it may hopefully not be early in the new year, but it probably will be. That was my understanding. So my concerns are that we need to put some protections in there in our district plan that are not at odds with either the natural and built paper that's currently before the Environment Committee, and not at odds with the consents that are going to be issued, because all of these things seem to be at tension with each other.
Hey, that's the RMA process, Ms. Blake. Everything's always in a state of tension.
Yes, it is.
Grateful for your time and your contribution. And as I say, we'll maybe we won't see you. We'll certainly hear you in Stream 5.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. I think our last submitter is Mr. Faulkner, and he's ready to go.
We've got Mr. Brewer.
No, we haven't. There tomorrow. Yes, that's been corrected. So, Mr. Faulkner, is he in the vicinity? Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can indeed, Mr. Faulkner. It's Trevor Robinson, the chair of the hearing panel. We can hear you large as life. So you have the floor.
Great. Well, yes, my submissions were really pretty simple. It was just around the use of the land on Waitangarua Hill. Which I was suggesting should be of greater amenity to the community, especially that of Waitangarua, both on the perspective of it having a traditional interest to the local iwi, perhaps, and also on the basis of it being a very significant presence visually in the neighbourhood of Waitangarua, and also once Transmission Gully is up and running, it's going to be one of the key entry points into Porirua. And I think environmentally as well, it's going to have, it's a place that can have a profound influence on the way water moves through that area, as an area that has had lots of issues with rainfall and ground flooding because of that extreme steep catchment. Yes, I think reforesting that area and including it in the Cannons Creek SNA would be of huge benefit to the city. It's pretty straightforward. That's about all I really had to submit. So I've probably given you guys a pretty casual end of the day, really.
Hey, all contributions are welcome, Mr. Faulkner. I'll hand over to my colleague, Commissioner Sinclair, if he has any questions.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Faulkner. When you say that you wanted the increase or a return, I think was the words you used in your submission, elevated wetlands, ponds to increase biodiversity and that, and in the detailed part of your submission and above that, the protection, you said the reinstatement of wetlands in East Porirua. So when you say reinstatement, were they actually identified on that previously? Have they been removed? Can you give us any background on that?
So I can't say historically whether there has been wetlands there. I'm not sure historically. I can't absolutely definitively say that, but I've been up there a few times and looked at it, and there's obviously natural, hollows and parts that would naturally fill with water that have been drained. And so it seems to me that like they are very soggy areas that would have been filled with lots of natural vegetation that would have suited that sort of ground, wet and soggy. And presumably, if they were replanted or let go back to the original state, or had they not been changed to farmland, then presumably they would have had plants in them that would have suited that habitat previously. Does that make sense? So I don't have any evidence that they absolutely were.
No, that's fine. And when you're talking the area of Waitangarua, you're talking, is this sort of that farm area land that's behind your place, is what you're referring to?
That's right, yeah. So the Waitangarua Hill that rises up behind Maraeroa Marae.
Right.
Which, is visually, basically, if you walk out of any home in Waitangarua, assuming you either are seeing it or you can turn around and see it, it's almost visible from parts of Te Tahi Bay.
Yeah.
So it's probably the second most striking, maybe third most striking natural landform after Whitireia and Rangituhi, probably in Porirua.
Yep. It's whether any of those areas within that area, whether they could be SNAs for the purpose of and your submission relates to those, which would be what we'd need to rely on. Okay, is that, if I characterise that correctly?
So I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the process enough, but is it is there several criteria that would have to get across the line in order for it to become an SNA?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So those would include. Those would include endemic species and habitat.
Yep. Okay.
And do they also include the absorption of sort of water and high rainfall, or is it particularly in terms of sort of habitat and biodiversity?
I'm not qualified to answer that. I'd need to defer to the officers, but this will be one of the things we'll be asking them to come back to us on about, is there any areas in that meet the criteria and should be included. It's being provided by way of your submission, so we'll look into that.
Yes, I guess one thing I should clarify is that what I see as the potential, well, mostly is potential as an SNA, is that currently it is, I think it's Farm Corp or Land Corp land.
Right.
So it's Crown land which is being leased out, and currently its main usage is there's a small number of cows which are grazing on it, and so subsequently there's pasture which is barely holding together the hillside, and you can see evidence of erosion, and it's inaccessible and very steep. It seems quite marginal as in terms of farmland, but there is the potential there that it could be opened up to the public, with tracks in a similar way to Colonial Knob, but to a lesser extent, but with revegetation, which would serve the public interest in terms of being far more aesthetically pleasing, and would serve to act as a sponge, because, of course, anything that's reforested creates topsoil below it, which is highly absorbent, and the root network in the topsoil are able to act as a natural sponge and absorb quite a surprising amount of rainfall, which might help to mitigate the regular flooding and increasingly regular flooding of the houses almost directly below that landform.
Thank you, Mr Faulkner. That's all from me. Very clear. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Mr Faulkner. Commissioner Williams speaking, and I'm holding the evidence from Rose Armstrong of Isthmus in terms of your, which contains a response to your submission on identifying Waitangarua Hill as a significant natural feature or an outstanding natural landscape and feature. Have you read her evidence?
I've given it a brief skim over. Yes, I was only aware of it recently.
Oh. It does have a very good photograph of Waitangarua Hill taken with a view up Warspite Avenue, which I think has drawn to my attention a part of that hillside I wasn't aware of before. But in her conclusion, she notes that there's no SNA identified on Waitangarua Hill, but she says that there's none that would contribute to the landscape values as they stand, but she acknowledges that there's potential for ecology values to increase in the future, particularly if areas are protected. And we had some debate about this in the hearing on Monday. The end result really was that there is always potential in the plan to identify additional areas, if you like, of SNA, potential transitions from a significant amenity landscape to a higher valued landscape. But of course, all of that would have to happen in the process of a notified change to the plan. So all I can do is recommend that perhaps you have a read of that evidence in more detail, because I think the answer to your submission is that this is a landscape in transition, and there is certainly potential for its landscape and visual values to be increased, but that's going to happen through a process of time and allowing natural revegetation to occur. Sorry, which is a very long-winded way of saying that there's potential for your submission to be approved, but it's going to take time.
Yep. Okay. No, I appreciate that. Yes, and yes, I agree. It's a tricky one because, of course, currently, as you say, it doesn't exhibit necessarily a huge number of critical sort of species or habitats, but that's because they've all been removed, and it would be of huge value in my estimation for them to be reinstated, and of immediate value for the local community and beyond.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Commissioner Pomari.
Kia ora, Mr Faulkner. Thanks very much for your submission and for the interest you've taken through this process in promoting the protection of the Indigenous biodiversity and landscape values of Porirua. I don't have any specific questions really to ask you in relation to the relief you've sought through your submission, because I think that's been well traversed. But I am really interested in the historical explanation you provided in your submission in relation to the Waitangarua Hill and the process by which the two streams in Waitangarua took form as a result of the tears flowing from Ngāti Toa as they were mourning for the loss of Te Rongo, Te Rangihāte's wife. I was just wondering do you have any evidence for that kōrero? Where were you able to find that?
No, and I also want to be quite specific that I absolutely do not intend to represent Ngāti Toa or that iwi or anybody connected to them in this hearing or in my submission. I've just come across it anecdotally. So I actually, my interest in that area really sort of blossomed through a small study I did for a permaculture certificate course, and I chose that site as the permaculture site that I studied. I don't know if you're familiar with permaculture, but it's a design analysis process for land sort of development of sort of sustainability sites and resilient sort of land design. And through that, just doing research, I came across that story through the Waitangarua Village website, I think that is run by the Maraeroa Marae Trust, I think, and Porirua Health Centre there at the Marae. But in terms of looking at it, I did sort of check it a little through, just fairly folky means such as Wikipedia and things. So in terms of the veracity, I would absolutely not take it as any kind of authority at all. But it's a great story, and it's a story, it's a chapter of local history that's very interesting and connects to other parts of the country as well. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, as a descendant myself of Te Rongo, I'm particularly interested in what you've had to say there, because it's not a story that I'm familiar with in terms of, the formation of the streams in Waitangarua and, the activities over the morning of her death that perhaps took part in this part of the country after the Wairua affair. So I found that reference particularly interesting. What was the only reference to that particular aspect of the kōrero from the Waitangarua Trust Centre website?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Thank you for that. And just noting that Ngāti Toa was consulted, you may be aware that Ngāti Toa was consulted over your submission, and the possibility of including some of that text as a description of values associated with the special amenity landscape, which is going to, which Waitangarua Hill, of course, was already designated as, and it has been recommended to remain that way. And the recommendation from Ngāti Toa was to remove the reference to Te Rongo from the description and to include in there that the Waitangarua Hill is recognised landform feature within the community and is of particular significance to Ngāti Toa. So it was just to let you know that your submission has been very closely and carefully considered and has been run past the mana whenua, and the recommendations that have come forward from the council officer is to remove the reference to Te Rongo, but to retain those other aspects. So thank you.
Fantastic. Great. That's all I was intending to do with that, was really, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faulkner. That's us signing off. Appreciate your input, as Commissioner Pomare says. Your submission has created a few ripples, which has to be a positive in itself.
Great. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will adjourn for the evening and back 9 a.m. tomorrow.